Hello, good morning, Miss Lauren. Welcome to the session.
Good morning.
Hi, I would like to run a quick test with you to check your audio and video connection. So you hear me well, right?
I hear you very well, yes.
And yes, it's same for me. I can hear you and I can see you. So I think everything is okay with you. Okay.
Will I see the other panelists here, or?
Yes, you will see other panelists. For the moment being, you are the only one joined to the session. All the other people are from technical team from the hotel, on-site people. Yeah. Okay, then. Okay. Thank you very much for testing.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. See you later.
See you.
Are you? Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Just wanted to make a quick announcement. We will be starting our sessions 10 minutes later than initially planned. We still have some participants coming in, so we want to accommodate them as well. So just a 10-minute, let's say, delay.
Recording in progress.
Hello, may I ask everyone to get seated, please? Thank you. Okay, so good morning, esteemed participants and guests. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the second day of Accessible Europe ICT for All. Yesterday, we embarked on a journey together to deepen our commitment towards building an inclusive digital society in Europe. And just as a recap, yesterday we began with a pre-forum workshop led by Ms. Roxana Vidmariliescu, Senior Coordinator of Digital Inclusion at ITU, with the valuable contributions of Ms. Immaculada Plasancia Porrero from European Commission. So we first explored the fundamentals of ICT accessibility together, and then the opening ceremony further established a focus for our forum. We were honored with the insightful addresses of many distinguished leaders in the field. First, we had the special video addresses of Dr. Cosmos Lakison-Zavazava, Director of the Telecommunication Development Bureau of ITU, and Commissioner Ms. Helena Dalli. And then we had the keynote addresses here on site from Her Excellency Ms. Maria González Veracruz, Secretary of State for Telecommunication and Digital Infrastructure of Spain, and Her Excellency Ms. Maria Rosa Martinez, Secretary of State for Social Rights of Spain, and also Mr. Miguel Carballeda, President of the ONCE Social Group. And we also had the opening remarks from Mr. Jaroslav Pondar, ITU Head of ITU Europe Office Head, and Mr. Jesus Hernandez, Accessibility and Innovation Director of Fundación ONCE, and also the Director of AccessibleEU. And we also had Ms. Ana Pelaez from European Disability Forum here with us. And we first delved into the European regulatory landscape together for our first session. This was followed by a special message from Mr. Taufik Jalassi, Assistant Director General for Communication and Information of UNESCO. And then we had a special UN session with many UN entities present here. And finally, the day culminated into a vibrant pitching competition with 11 innovative companies showcasing their solutions here. And then we had a social event held by FONCE, and finally we awarded the winner and the runner-ups of our pitching competition. And once again, I would like to congratulate VoiceIt, the winner, and the runner-ups, Signly and PDS from here. So this is how it went yesterday. And as we start today's program, we really hope that we carry forward the momentum, insights, and inspirations from yesterday. And we just continue this collective quest to create a digitally inclusive society in Europe. Welcome to the day 2 of the forum. Welcome to the day 2 of the forum. This is better. Okay, so now we have our the third session of our forum, which will be moderated by me. So please let me change my spot. And I will be introducing, I'll be inviting our speakers to the stage one by one. So I would like to, first of all, have Mr. Guillermo Rodriguez here, Dr. Eric Welleman, Mr. Daniel Montalvo, and Mr. Stein Erik Skotjera. And we also have Ms. Susanna Lorraine joining us remotely. Yeah, perfect. Mm-hmm. Okay, so I think we're good. Well, distinguished participants and guests, welcome to the session 3, State of Web Accessibility, Realities and Good Practices. I'm Ejmal Aysusurman. I'm a digital accessibility consultant at the ITU Europe office, and it is an absolute honor to moderate this session. Today we will examine the present state of web accessibility, addressing both the challenges and successes that shape this vital area. And we have a very wealth of, speakers that bring a wealth of knowledge here today. So let me first introduce you to our distinguished panel. So first of all, we have Mr. Guillermo Rodriguez from the government of Spain, representing Spanish Observatory on Web Accessibility. So Mr. Rodriguez has a double bachelor's degree in computer science and mathematics and a master's in data science, and he leads the area of websites, design and accessibility in the General Secretariat of Digital Administration of the government of Spain. And we also have Susanna Lorraine joining us remotely, as you can see. So she is the Chief Research and Innovation Officer at FUNCA, and also the representative to the EU for the Global Initiative for Inclusive ICTs. Ms. Lorraine is bringing over 20 years of experience in digitalization, inclusion, and e-government. Next up, we have Dr. Eric Welleman here. Welcome. He is a professor of inclusive digital design and engineering at Han University of Applied Sciences. He's also a founder of the Accessibility Foundation in the Netherlands, and then he's also an innovation expert at the Bartimeus Institute for the Blind and the Visually Impaired. And then we have Mr. Daniel Montalvo. He's an accessibility specialist at the World Wide Web Consortium Web Accessibility Initiative. And Mr. Montalvo is involved with in the editing the curricula on web accessibility and supporting various accessibility groups and task forces. And last but not least, Mr. Stein Erik Skotjera, joining us here as the CEO and co-founder of Inclusa. He's a certified web accessibility specialist, and he has over 20 years of experience in ICT accessibility, from developing assistant technologies to providing strategic management consulting. So, as you can see, this session promises to be a deep dive into the realities of web accessibility today, with our esteemed speakers bringing so much knowledge. So I would like to leave the floor to them. So first of all, we would like to start a first round of questions to each one of them. So I will start with Mr. Guillermo Rodriguez. So with the Spanish Observatory on Web Accessibility's role in enhancing digital accessibility, could you share your insights into how the observatory's methodologies and tools are shaping the accessibility landscape in Spain, and what lessons could potentially be applicable across Europe? Thank you.
Thank you, Emmel. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to participate in this event. I recognize that it's the first time I am going to participate in this kind of event as a speaker, so sorry in advance if I make some mistakes. The Web Accessibility Observatory monitors the state of accessibility of public sectors. We prepare and present the report to the European Union. One of our main objectives is to help organizations to improve accessibility and comply with the European regulation. We have some tools and means for the organisms. We have a tool to automatically check the accessibility of a website. This is one of our main assets. With this tool, we check more than 20 requirements, and we also generate a report with the error location and suggestion of how to solve them. We can analyze websites with their URLs or their own code, and we have got a tool to generate accessibility declaration and a tool to automatically check that an accessibility and a website has got the accessibility declaration and the correct fields. And well, we are continually trying to improve our tools, and we are going to put into production other features in the next month. We want to be able to, we are going to be able to use our accessibility checker as a browser plugin, make it easier to use it, especially for these websites that are not on the internet. We want to be able to receive automatically requests from machines and give the organisms the possibility to schedule periodic executions. This accessibility tool is provided for public sector as a software as a service, but we have the project open on GitHub for everybody, and we want to improve the mechanisms to install this tool using Dockers. Apart from that, we are decoupling the part that generate the reports from the part that check the accessibility requirement, because the first part is more specific for Spain or methodology and typology of organisms, but within that, the second part it could be useful for everybody. And we want to increase the capabilities of our accessibility checker, including the possibility to analyze PDF documents. That is not only the content of a website will be checked, but also the documents attached. And with this measure, we are going to increase the accuracy of our estimation. And well, I think that there are our main initiatives.
Thank you very much. So we started the session with a very concrete good practice example from Spain. And now I would like to go more into the policy and legislation area. So I would like to turn to Ms. Susanna Lorraine next, who's joining us remotely. Susanna Lorraine, can you hear us? Can you confirm?
Yes,
Perfect.
yes, I hear you, yes.
Welcome, and I just wanted to ask you, so given your extensive work in EU policy and legislation on accessibility, I just wanted to know, how do you currently evaluate the alignment of these policies, especially with regards to the evolving web accessibility needs of diverse user groups, and if you have any strategies that you would suggest for enhancing the implementation and uniform application across Europe, it would be much appreciated. Thank you.
So thank you, and thank you for making sure that I can do my contribution here online. I'm sorry I couldn't be with you today. So let me first start with what we heard from the observatory in Spain, because I think it's extremely important to understand that the monitoring methodology used in all the member states are built up on two different parts. There's the simplified method, which was explained here, with where you can use an automatic tool to monitor. That can only monitor non-compliance. You can find things that are not working, but with an automatic tool and the simplified method, you can never say that something is actually accessible. To do that, you need to check all the requirements, and there are no tools in the world that can do that today. And also there's a need for manual evaluation. So that is why we have the in-depth evaluation as well. So that is how the Web Accessibility Directive monitoring methodology is set up. Myself and Eric Fellerman and other experts created that, so we know it very much in depth. And it's extremely important not to mix the two and to believe that an automatic tool can actually check what is accessible, because that is not what they do. So just to clarify that, first of all. Otherwise, we have...
Sorry, one question. I focus my presentation on automatic reviews, but obviously we make manual reports, and all the organisms make manual reports.
Thank you. I just, let's not answer questions within the contributions. Thank you. We can do it afterwards. Thank you. Please, Ms. Lorraine.
Yes, so when we did the review of how the implementation of the Web Accessibility Directive is, the success of the implementation in the different member states, we found many good practices, and for me, very positively, because I've been working with the transposition of the legislation, and we had quite a lot of pushback in the early days from the member states. But when the monitoring agencies have started this work, we have seen a lot of positive effects, and also both the public sector bodies and the monitoring agencies generally are very positive, even though there are, of course, things that can be improved and so on. But really, the good thing is that most of the member states are focusing not so much on the monitoring, but rather supporting. So facilitating training and making sure that the public sector bodies that are in scope, or that have the chance of being evaluated or monitored, that they get the support they need, so that it's not just the police coming and say, hey, you're making mistakes here, but rather saying, look what we found, and here is how you can solve it. So having that consultative approach, I think that is really a best practice across Europe. And then there are many tools and good ways of doing this. But your question was if the policies are meeting the requirements for the actual users. And then I would say, unfortunately, no, not yet. And that has to do with mostly two things, the standards. And I'm also doing standards, so I believe standards are extremely important and we need them and so on. But the current standards we have a really wide gap when it comes specifically for people with cognitive disabilities. So the current legislation, the policies and the standards, the technical requirements are mostly focusing on people with physical disabilities and very much the technical parts, which means how the assistive technology works together with the websites or app, which is extremely important and really the baseline. Everyone needs to solve that. But there are at least 2/3 or so of the actual user needs that we do not really yet control for or test for to that extent, because those are mainly soft recommendations that are not part of the legislation. So that, I think, is something that needs to be improved in the future. And I hope that in the current update of the standards that act as presumed conformance for the legislation, that we will be able to sneak in some requirements that make this more useful for a broader scope of users in the next version. And of course, standards needs to be continuously updated. And also, I think it's a problem with, or not, it has to be this way, I guess, but the technology is evolving extremely quickly. We get new assistive technologies also out on the market, and the user behavior and user needs is also changing very quickly. So of course, standards, policies, regulations, they do not keep up with this development. So we will always be, as policymakers and standards development organizations, we will always be a little bit behind, I think, or sometimes a lot behind. But everyone is doing their best to make sure that we get to the point where the technology really supports as many users as possible. Another thing that I think is really something that needs to be improved, not only when it comes to the implementation of the Web Accessibility Directive, but in general when it comes to accessibility work, is that we need to involve the actual users much more. We need to be able to involve users with disabilities in standardization and also in monitoring and in testing. And I hope that more and more people with disabilities will make their voices heard, because there is a really good right in the Web Accessibility Directive for providing feedback, which is, of course, golden gifts if a public sector body website responsible for the website or a website owner, if they get real actual feedback from real users, that is so much more valuable than what any technical expert can provide in a boring report. So involving the users in every step of the way, and of course in development and design and so on, that is extremely important. And we see also that is one of the biggest, I think, gaps in how the implementation of the directive is happening across the board in the European member states. So that is what I'm really hoping for in the future. And we in standardization are trying our best to make sure that the standardization processes and methods are as accessible as possible. And I also want to make sure that everyone knows, maybe in this audience we only have standardization experts, so then it's not an issue. But this time around, when we update the EN 301549, which is the European norm, the EN standard that is harmonized to act as presumed conformance both for the Web Accessibility Directive, but then also when the Accessibility Act enters into force in 2025. This time we have a much more transparent process. So even if you are not involved in standardization yet, which I of course hope that you are and will continue to be, then there is still a chance to make comments and follow the work in GitLab that ETSI has provided. So make sure that if you have views and ideas on how the standard can be improved, then the contributions from everyone is most welcome. And it's also easier now to understand how the process of this work is happening, because we have this this open forum for discussions around the requirements. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the great overview. As you know, the session is called State of Web Accessibility. I think Ms. Lauren has provided a great example of an overview of what is currently at stake and where there is a room for improvement. So it is much appreciated. And now I would like to return to Mr. Daniel Montalvo. And I would like to just okay, so we have two very, very, let's say, hot topic discussions later during the day. We're going to be looking at AI and metaverse and so on. So I would just like to start a bit on the theme with basically just having this link between emerging technologies and how web accessibility is keeping up. So I would like to ask Mr. Daniel Montalvo, so in your role at the Worldwide Web Consortium, so how are you addressing the challenges of integrating emerging technologies like AI and interactive media into global web accessibility standards, and how do you see these global standards supporting or complementing regional accessibility efforts?
Thank you very much, Agma, for your question, and it's a pleasure to be here with you all. We, first of all, when W3C thinks something could go into a standard, the first thing we need to do is to actually gather user requirements, get involved, get engaged with people with disabilities, making sure there's solid basis for us to then be able to include those requirements in the standards. And of course, with artificial intelligence, we are doing that actively. We have some documents that collect user requirements in the context of augmented reality and multimedia and RTC. Those requirements are now a little bit probably old now. They were started in 2019, but of course we could update those in the future. There's also active promotion of research from within W3C in relation with artificial intelligence. We have had 2 symposia related to AI and accessibility. The last of those was actually more focused on evaluation, how artificial intelligence can influence accessibility evaluation. And at this point, I'd like to bring up the question as to what actually do we mean by AI? AI can be so many things. We can actually be thinking of an AI that's able to evaluate a website better than we're doing now with all the tools. It may or may not be possible. But AI may also be used as an assistive technology itself. You could have AI that's able to query the information that's on the website, and based on people's questions or users' input, they can give you the information you're looking for. They can give you summaries, and they can give you. So basically, there's all sorts of things that respond by the name of artificial intelligence, and we are actively tracking those. As to how this is going to be part of the standards, this is, I'm sorry to say, this is a little bit premature at the moment to say. We do anticipate that probably the conformance models of future standards may be influenced by what artificial intelligence can do in terms of evaluation and how they can express the results and the outcomes of this evaluation. As you probably already know, WCAG is based on whether you pass or fail the success criteria. There's been, of course, comments that this is unfair in some situations, and I completely get that. So maybe in the prospects for WCAG 3, there is, and there probably should be another way or different ways in which we can actually express the accessibility evaluation outcomes. That's pretty much what I think for a first question is good. Let me just remind another efforts that we're doing in W3C that could be potentially affected by artificial intelligence, and for which artificial intelligence may end up being part of. There's in W3C, under the Accessibility Guidelines Working Group, we have the Accessibility Conformance Testing Task Force. This is basically making sure we can reduce as much as possible the ambiguity and the test results disparity between different tools and methodologies. And I do see we're working already on that, ways in which we can use artificial intelligence to make sure we first expand our current set of test cases, so that we have probably, of course, a broader range of test cases, but also more realistic test cases that come probably from real websites that then can be used for actually making sure they adhere to their rules, the current rules format. So yeah, I would encourage people to keep an eye on that. It's a pity that we cannot share URLs in this panel. Hopefully there's a follow-up with the organizers, and I will be sending URLs for you to follow the work that W3C is doing in that regard. But we're basically on that. But yeah, artificial intelligence at the moment, we're not quite sure, first of all, how this can be evolved. It's so fast and so quick the way some things are evolving that, from a standards organization perspective where everything happens at a slower pace, it's difficult to predict at the moment, but we are definitely on top of that, and we're actively monitoring the results.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to say that if you have any links, any additional information that you would like to share with our attendees, we would be more than happy to distribute them. So
thank you so much. Yeah, I'm sending those.
Perfect. So we did start with new technologies, emerging technologies now, and thank you very much to Mr. Montalvo for his valuable contributions. I guess we will be seeing a lot more on the topic during next year's, maybe the 6th, 7th edition of Accessible Europe. Hopefully, this is the 5th. So we're still discovering that field, let's say. So touching upon new technologies, I would like to turn to Mr. Stein-Erik Skotjera. So in your leadership at Incluso, I wanted to see how you were navigating the challenges of incorporating inclusive design and the development of new web technologies. So, and also what key strategies would you recommend for diverse industry sectors as well? Thank you.
You can press the button. Yeah, it's working. Thank you, Ekmel. It's an honor to be invited to this panel. Just for context, Incluso is a fairly small consulting company based in Denmark. We are working with both private customers, and we also are contracted to do or to support in the monitoring of the implementation of the Web Accessibility Directive monitoring in the Danish public sector. So we have also been heavily involved in developing, and I'd also almost like to say frontiering the methods for how to reliably evaluate website accessibility, both in the simplified and in-depth monitoring methodologies. But before I go into the details, I'd like to bring your attention to some more broader terms, because in your introduction, Ekmel, you are asking about how we can work with inclusive design. So I just quickly like to touch on a few key principles that I think is important. And I tend to vision this as a mountain. At the top of the mountain, maybe there up there in the foggy cloud somewhere, there is the concept of universal design. That's where we need to be. Universal design is the concept of a world that provides equitable experiences for everyone. You can't always see that goal. Maybe it's even slightly utopian, but that's where we need to strive for. You also have the act of climbing up that mountain. That is what I look at when I think about inclusive design, because inclusive design is action-oriented. It is moving towards the top of that mountain, moving closer to that goal of universal design. And then there is the concept of accessibility. To me, accessibility is the amount of meters or feet you have climbed so far. It's a measure of how far you've come. And I think that's really important, and it would also cut into some of the things I will be touching on. So it's important to keep the focus on this mountaintop, because that's where we need to go. So I've actually identified 3 barriers that we see in our work, both for supporting private companies, especially we see an increasing focus in the bank and finance sector, of course, with relation to the European Accessibility Act coming into force, which is really, really a positive thing. The first one is complexity, because the whole ecosystem or community, if you will, around accessibility is very, very complex. It is technically complex. Working with inclusive design as a designer or a developer is a completely new skill set that we need to acquire. And currently this is very rarely taught in educations. So how do we expect the young and upcoming designers and developers to know this if they are not taught in their education? Secondly, it's technically complex because you are not always in control of all your digital solutions. You may procure something third-party from another vendor. You may be using off-the-shelf products where you, at least to a little extent, can improve the accessibility. So we need to work on really a lot of different levels. It's a lot of advocacy work. It's a lot of inspirational work. And looking at some solutions for this, I think including inclusive design and accessibility into curriculum in higher education is one of the key factors. The second barrier that we meet is slightly related because it is technically complex, and many of the building blocks, if you will, or systems that we are working with in this field are almost actively working against us because they don't support the needs that we as accessibility experts and accessibility advocates or users or website owners or app developers have. So every little bit of work we do needs to be almost customized. Sometimes it feels like we are building electric trains with Lego bricks. So for each time we need to build something, we have to file these Lego bricks to look like electric train tracks instead of just having building blocks that we could use out of the box that would at least bring some level of accessibility as a basic. So I think that's another factor where we need to focus on building as much support for our work in the systems that we use. That can be anything from a PDF generation software to component libraries for developing apps or websites. And the third aspect I'd like to point to is the concept of compliance, because compliance is only gets you as far as the law or the legislation requires. And as Susanna completely correctly pointed out, the interesting thing here is whether it works for the users. In principle, a user doesn't care if something is compliant if it doesn't work for them the way they need to use it. So we need to ensure that these building blocks become better. We need to ensure not only involvement of users, but meaningful involvement of users. Because if it's not meaningful, then it can be more of a show-off thing than an actual improvement to the process and the work. From our experience, starting from a compliance perspective is very rarely constructive. Our experience tells us that the best way to approach improving accessibility in any organization or project is to start by creating a shared language around accessibility, a shared understanding of the user needs that we are needing to think about, building empathy, building understanding, and on top of that, implementing processes that we can trust. So if we trust these processes, we will also, almost as a byproduct, end up building compliant solutions. Because legislation is a good trigger and a good motivator, but it's not the end goal, and in my view, it should not be the tool that we use to drive this work. It could be a trigger or motivator, but it should not be the tool. So those are some of the perspectives from our world, and they resonate in both the private sector and the public sector in my experience.
Thank you very much. So first of all, I would like to just say that we also have another panel following up on universal design and standardization. So we had a really nice introduction within the context of web accessibility as well, which is super appreciated. And so now I would like to turn to Dr. Erik Welleman here, and I will have a bit of a futuristic question for you because you have extensive research in the area. So I would like to hear from you about the emerging frontiers in digital accessibility research that you believe will significantly influence policy and practice in the near future, especially with regards to the realm of inclusive web design? Thank you.
Yes, so that is not really a simple question. So, so I prepared a 20-page document here, and just to see where to start. You know, the emerging technologies are also on the program today. We'll have people presenting about AI and about the metaverse and about other technologies. I work at the HAN, and at the HAN we are currently supporting next generation internet projects. That the EU has these continuing calls, like everybody who's interested here. Every 2 months there is a technical call where you can fill out a form of about 3 pages, and then within 3 weeks you know if you get your funding, and that the funding is up to 50,000 euros. And the idea is that you are working on innovative next generation internet applications, and then looking at accessibility, security, privacy, and aspects like that. So if you're wanting to build an open source platform or whatever, a tool to test for accessibility, this might be the best instrument to get funding for that. So at the moment we are supporting about 600 of these innovation projects and we all send them information about accessibility, and we help them with other partners. We help them on privacy, security, packaging, diversity, inclusion, everything, to make sure that they implement accessibility from the start of their project. We have not only auditors at Han University and a lot of organizations who work with us, but we also have users with disabilities, and we try to sort of link them up with the projects. And then I said 600 projects. I don't know if you have any idea how much work it is to consult 600 projects on accessibility, but it is fairly easy because I think about half of the projects, and I must say beforehand, I work at HAN. I work at a technical part of the University of Applied Sciences, so I'm surrounded by technical people. And I think, well, the half is too much, but 1/3 of the projects, we have really difficulty understanding what they are doing. So that is the level of innovation we're looking at. And that is also, if you look at the guidelines and the standards, is something that is difficult to catch in standards. So we see a lot of application, new projects where we have difficulty applying existing standards. So we sort of have to sit down with users and sort of think up a way of what will these standards have meant, or what will users have meant that these standards exist, and what does that mean for this specific application or project. That is really gigantic work. So 600 projects. Well, but it is great fun. We see the newest things going by. So the idea is of the funding of Next Generation Internet, the idea is, I think, that out of 100 projects, or maybe 600 projects, there is one that is the next Facebook or the next Twitter or, well, whatever, or the next Tesla. So, but we have a few problems. We also, at HAN and at another organization where I work, we get a lot of questions now from industry. We talked about public sector body organizations and how they implement accessibility, and we learned a lot from that. But now we're getting questions from industry, looking at the Accessibility Act and getting sort of alarmed because in 1.5 years they have to comply. And what you see is that they are searching for help. And some of them really need a lot of help. So we talked to 2 banks in the Netherlands, and every one of those banks has more than, we think, 1,000 products and services. So for all these products and services, they are looking to have audits. And based on these audits, they want to have plans on how to approach this to be ready on the 28th of June 2025, which is closer than you would think. And what we see is that at the same time, the Dutch government in this case is asking us to audit all public sector body websites, which in the Netherlands, which is a really small country, are about 16,000 websites. So just imagine, every audit by a user and a professional, 2 days, using tools and a manual audit, maybe 1 day, still 16,000 days. That is, and I think it's 2 days, so it will be around 32,000 days. And then that's just the public sector bodies. Then I haven't looked at all these companies who are all, that you looked at the list, it was presented yesterday by Ima Plasencia Porero, this gigantic list of companies that have to comply with the Accessibility Act. So what are we missing? We are missing professionals. We are missing, like Stein Erik said, in the curriculum. I almost see no curricula where accessibility, diversity, equity, inclusion is a part. So at the moment, there are still students coming out of university who have never heard of accessibility. What we are, and I like the approach by Susanna Laurin, who said that the consulting approach is good. So not just send a boring report, but help them. Yeah, well, I like that. But for that, we need a lot of people. And the other thing is the users. Where can we find the users to actually help these organizations? Like in the Netherlands, like these 16,000 websites, but all these companies in the Accessibility Act. So we have to come up with a way of involving users and finding these users. In the Netherlands, this is very difficult. And then this new technology, where, I mean, if you've never heard of accessibility, and then you're in some sort of a strange technology, how would you even understand what you have to do? So let me see, and then last one here. Yeah, and then I see that the approaches, Stein Erik also addressed this, is mostly on compliance. And I think what is missing is the organizational processes. So I did my PhD on, so that's why I always come back to organizational processes, but I'm sure that is a thing. So making websites is not accessible, or making technology accessible is not the work of an individual in an organization. It is an organizational process where this individual is supported, where his colleagues receive training, and there are users who help, if you can find them, and professionals. It's not only a technical job. It is not only normative, it is not only compliance, it is a nice start, as I think Susanna said, but there is more to it. So you should look at which organizational processes influence the successful initiation and implementation of accessibility. And that is, I think, a work we still have to do a lot of work on. I know that W3C has a document on that, the maturity model, I think they call it. And I think it would be good for everyone to have a look there and see what this maturity model entails and how you can implement it into your own organization. And in my PhD study, I found a sort of a correlation between 5 processes and the actual successful implementation of web accessibility. So anyone interested can have a read there.
Wonderful, thank you so much. And now we've, let's say, set the context with our experts from diverse backgrounds and expertise in this panel. So we discussed policy, standards, design, innovation as well, all together right now. Now I would like to, well, we have 10 more minutes left, so I would like to just make a very brief second round with one question for all of our panelists, and it would be more of a takeaway message from you, because we've already addressed well, the current state and where a lot of gaps are remaining, like difficulty applying standards, need for more experts, compliance, functionality, and also involvement of users with lived experience. But I would like to hear from each of our panelists. What do you perceive as the most pressing gap in web accessibility, and what practice would you recommend to address this gap directly? But you don't have to. This is a very short takeaway message, let's say, so that we can also have time for the coffee break. So I will give the floor to each one of you again to see what you think should be prioritized. So I would like to leave the floor to Mr. Guillermo Rodriguez.
Thank you. Well, I think there is a big difference between organisms. Obviously, a town hall with 500 inhabitants hasn't got the same capabilities to improve accessibility than a ministry. And apart from that, as other speakers say, we recognize that it is difficult to include accessibility in development cycles. Sometimes the focus is not placed into accessibility until the website is developed, and at this moment it's very difficult to turn back and to fix the problems. In our organisms, in the Digital Administration Secretary, we establish a methodology. We check the accessibility of the designs and wireframes to solve the problems early, and we annually schedule accessibility reports. And when we identify problems, we establish a 3-month period to solve them. And after this period, we review again to verify that the problems are solved. And we have an initiative that is a design system that we have created. I think that this initiative is interesting because apart from other benefits like common language, uniformity, and usability, we create accessible web components, and we guarantee the accessibility of these components. When other organisms reuse them, it's going to be more difficult to make mistakes. No more.
Thank you very much. From what I understand, you do have a structured process that is working well, so congratulations on that. I would like to return to Ms. Lorraine for the same question, please.
So I think we have already touched on the most important parts, which is the lack of competence and the need to train more experts and so on. And also for me personally, I think that the whole industry is kind of working backwards. I don't see why we first develop things that are inaccessible and then we try to remediate them afterwards. So I would like to change that and kind of shift left. That would be the best way to do this, so that it's default, by default built in accessible from the start. So we don't need the whole group of experts. I mean, I've been living from doing that for my whole life, and it's a nice job. But I think our competences can be used better than remediating the same problems all over again. But really, the biggest gap, I think, is the attitude of society, that this is still seen as something that you can discuss if it's a small or a big group, but still a specific thing for specific people or specific target audiences. I think that is the mindset we need to change, because with internet being or digital interfaces being such a big part of everyone's life these days, accessibility isn't just about people with disabilities, it's really about everyone. And we see in all our research that users who do not claim to have any accessibility issues or any disability whatsoever still struggle with the similar issues that people with disabilities do, of course, because we're all human. So I think that attitude shift and making sure accessibility is kind of a broad and holistic part of what every designer, UX designer, or developer, or content manager should think about. That should be kind of a natural part of working with digital interfaces. That's where I think the biggest gap is. Will we have? May I ask? There are also questions in the Q&A. Will we have time to respond to them, or am I supposed to respond in writing?
We might take one question if we manage to finish the time. But the Q&A, I believe our colleagues would be able to help you if you would like to answer on the chat as well. But we might be able to take one question. Let's see. Okay, so thank you very much. I would like to, without further ado, let's turn to Mr. Daniel Montalva.
Thank you very much. So I'm not on Zoom, so if someone have questions for me, I'm really sorry I can't answer right now, but I guess there's other means to reach me or to reach Akmel if there are specifics. So briefly, competence, lack of competence, everyone said that. To expand on that, there's two main focuses in addition to, of course, developers, designers don't know much about accessibility. There's also the issue that authoring tools, that's probably a W3C very specific term. So I'm meaning LMS, CMS, the tool you use to create the website. No one these days sits around and writes their own HTML, CSS, and even JavaScript code. These days you just pick your own tool and start from that. These tools could do more for accessibility, let's put it that way, and that would solve so many issues from the very beginning if you had a tool that's able to create accessible content. Then there's, at a browser level, what is happening there. Browsers are now much more forgiving in the sense that if you make a mistake, pretty much nothing happens. You may get a warning or you may get an error on the console. No one, except the very technical people, have a look at that. But they could also try to, if not solve, at least guide the author in the way they are creating their accessible content. I'm thinking more how to handle focus, how to handle some of the keyboard interactions that these days you pretty much yourself have to code, or you have to rely on the tool that you're using that this has been coded correctly. So those are the main issues that I see there. In terms of best practices, there's a lot happening these days in the W3C ecosystem in the web platforms test. That's WPT. That, in addition to being World Paddle Tour, this is web platform test in the W3C contest. That's WPT.FYI. There's a lot of white area that we're trying to move in terms of testing to that automated test. That's going to give much more reliability as to what kind of area you can use and how you can use that. And there's a lot of resources, there's a lot of outreach resources under w3.org/way, that's w3.org/WAI, that you can check. Last thing for me, main takeaway, all the things that I said are important, but this one is very important. Don't go straight away to WCAG. Don't do that. This is not useful. If you don't, if you need some information, go to the other resources first, get information, and then check WCAG. I know so many people that, get to WCAG, they're not really able to understand that. They never came back to the website. And that is a problem, because we do really have resources that are informative, that are good for outreach. But if you go straight away to WCAG, that's a very technical document, and it's not for everybody to read and understand. We do want people who is trained in accessibility, who have competence in accessibility, and the first thing they should do is actually get to the other outreach resources that we have.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to turn to Mr. Stein Erik Skotjera.
Thank you, Akmel. Thank you to Eric for actually making it very clear to me what my proposition would be for the biggest gap, because you are exactly right. I think our biggest challenge is scalability and sustainability. Because as much as I love supporting organizations in working with inclusive design and accessibility, there are only so many of us accessibility experts and also users to support this. So we need to build out more scalable ways of ensuring that accessibility is, let's say, become the default in any system, in any innovation process, so that they do not need support on remediating, as Susanna excellently also put it. Because we need to build out educational resources, we need to build out systems that support us rather than work against us, and we clearly also need innovation to be able to handle these things without intervention of consultants at every step. So I think that is my main takeaway from this session.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, Dr. Velleman, please.
Yeah, so I think I already made my point more or less, but I do support what the other speakers in the panel said, so I sort of really agree with them. I think make sure you get this in the processes in your organization and don't leave accessibility to one person or two persons. Make sure everybody supports this. This is also the mindset, I think, that Susanna talked about, that is needed in the whole of society.
Thank you very much. And with this contribution, I would like to thank all of our panelists. I believe we have gathered immensely helpful insights into the web accessibility, well, the current stage of web accessibility and what is to come as well. And of course, for that to be helpful, we need a realistic picture of what we have in hand. And I believe that your insights have really helped us understand better what specific challenges are lying and how we can address them effectively. So thank you very much for all of our speakers for being here today with us. And now I would like to invite everyone for a 15-minute coffee break in the next room. You can see to the right. And we will reconvene at 11:30. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Can I ask everyone to get seated, please? Thank you.
All right, okay.
You will be.
Okay.
Please get seated so that we can start. Thank you. Hello, everyone, and welcome back from the coffee break. I hope you had a nice little break. And now we're going back to our sessions, thematic sessions. And now we will be delving into universal design and standardization. So this specific session will be moderated with many thanks to IT Telecommunication Standardization Bureau by Karu Mizuno, a program coordinator at the study groups department there. So I would like to invite Ms. Karu Mizuno to the stage. Welcome. And we will be joined by, again, an impressive lineup of speakers. So I would like to invite Mr. Roberto Sano, ICT accessibility expert at CN AccessibleEU. Welcome. You can go. Yes, perfect. And I would like to invite Mr. Adil Hussein, a senior expert at the Authority for Universal Design of ICT of Norway. Welcome. And next up, I would like to invite Ms. Lydia Best, President of the European Federation of Hard of Hearing People. And next up, I would like to invite Mr. Ricardo Garcia Bahamonde, Head of Accessibility and Digital Inclusion at ATOS Iberia. And last but not least, I would like to invite Ms. Catherine Bohill, Director of ESG Development and Impact at Telefonica. I would like to thank all of our esteemed panelists, and I leave the floor to our moderator, Ms. Karu Mizuno. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ekmer. Dear colleagues, panelists, and participants, hello, and welcome to Session 4 on Universal Design of Technology for Digital Accessibility. It is my great honor to be the moderator for this session. As already introduced, my name is Kaoru Mizuno. I'm a program coordinator in the Study Groups Department of the Telecommunication Bureau of ITU's standardization sector. I'm working on accessibility coordination through my role of acting as secretary to ITUT groups related to accessibility. One is ITU IRGAVA, that is an inter-sector group working on audio-visual media accessibility standardization. And other is ITUT JCA-AHF. This is the coordination group on activities related to accessibility within ITU and also with other entities to foster a collaboration and to avoid the duplication of efforts. For those who are not familiar with ITUT, it develops international standards known as ITUT recommendations. Its work on accessibility has started at early 1990s. A number of ITUT standards on accessibility have been developed since then. ITU's approach is based on universal design concept so that products and services complying standards are usable by all people to the greatest extent possible without the need for adaptation or specialized design. ITU standards are also built on consensus based on mature technologies collaborating with other entities and SDOs, including organizations in Europe, of course. We also collaborate with other UN agencies, like WHO, to develop standards on accessibility of e-health. Now, this session will explore how universal design is integrated in technologies, while emphasizing the role of standardization. As universal design was addressed by several panelists yesterday and today, it is one of the important key approaches for developing accessible technologies. I am very excited that we are joined today by leading experts in this area from both public and private sectors who will be sharing their insights and experience with us. At the first round, I would like to ask all panelists a general question to open the discussion by understanding their focused work, activities, experiences, as they have vast experiences in this area. So I would appreciate if you could include a very brief introduction of yourself before elaborating your answer. So now please join me in welcoming our first panelist. I would like to ask Mr. Adil Hussein, who is an expert of universal design from Norway.
Thanks for floor. My name is Adil Hussein. I'm from Norwegian Digitalization Agency, and we use term universal design in Norway instead of accessibility. But when we say universal design, so it means accessibility. The Authority for Universal Design in Norway is responsible for following up the regulation on universal design of ICT, and it is linked to the Act on Equality and Anti-Discrimination. So our task in Norway is to check that the organization are complying with the requirement for the web solutions and self-service machines, including electronic documents and mobile applications. We also have a role to inform and advise on legal and professional ICT question about universal design of ICT, both in national and international level. We obtain an overview of status on universal design of ICT in Norway, be an expert authority specialization in developing in universal design. We are also responsible for further development of our regulations linked to universal design, both nationally and internationally. So we want, in Norway, we want a society, and of course in Europe, we want a society where everyone can participate. Therefore, universal design of ICT is a legal requirement for both public and private sector. So we work continuously on development of regulation, development of standards, helping our businesses, both in public and private sector, to understand the legal and technical requirements on universal design of ICT.
Thank you very much for sharing the comprehensive overview of the universal design concept. Now, I would like to ask Mr. Roberto Schiano. He is an ICT accessibility expert, ETSI and AccessibleEU. And my question is, how can the principles of universal design be more effectively integrated into the current technology development process to create universally accessibility digital products? And what role does standardization play in this integration?
Thank you. This question is more difficult than the Eric one the before. It's very, very difficult because when we talk about a universal design, also also in Italy, but also in the international body, a lot of years ago we talk about utopia, because someone say it's not possible to guarantee universal design. This is the most important topic that we need to know when we write standard. The most important topic is to involve the company, the public administration, people with disability when we develop standard. Because we need to create something that satisfies all the stakeholders. We cannot create standard without involving the people. We cannot create standards that change completely the activities, the life of people, without giving them benefits. So our work is a difficult work to guarantee the possibility, like Susanna said, there are some lack of situations like the cognitive disabilities that are not yet a lot applied. But we need to guarantee that all the environment is injected about accessibility and universal design. Because if we don't insert, for example, standards for how the developer need to develop products, we need to increase knowledge. We don't need only to have web accessibility expert. We need to have developers that know about accessibility. We need to have designers that know about accessibility. So we need to work in a big field for guarantee the utopia of universal design. And we have some experience, for example, in Italy we have set one standard, but I think we talk later about this one, involving also people with disability, for make a methodology for evaluate websites that go over the requirement of the European Accessibility Directive.
Thank you very much. Your insight highlighted the importance of collaborative work, and thank you very much for sharing practical experience from Italy. Now, I would like to ask Ms. Lydia Best. She is the president of European Federation of Hard of Hearing People, and I know very well her because through the work of ITUT JCA-AHF. She is the co-vice chair of that group, and she is an active contributor to the ITUT standardization on accessibility. I think I would kindly ask Lydia to consider your response to this question, taking into consideration of your experiences in standardization process of recently achieved ITUT standards, such as the overview of remote captioning services, safe listening guidelines for personal sound amplifiers, and accessible telehealth. Now, Lydia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for inviting me to participate here and for the floor. So it's a very nice introduction, so thank you, Carol. It's always nice to work with you all. And I have to say, I haven't been really born with accessibility in mind. And, you know, I'm actually, my original training is in fashion, and I have made a move from fashion to accessibility and standards. Yeah. I was just thrown in a deep water and I had to learn to swim. But I do have a degree, in a way, of lived experience and understanding how myself and my colleagues, my members, are using technology in the day-to-day life. And it's so important to make sure that there are standardizations areas and requirements which provide for same expectations regardless where you are. So when I am in the UK, where I am living, I know that the expectation, the level of captioning will be exactly as I expect, or in the US, but there could be some other countries which may not have same level of captioning, and then that's a disappointment. I can't follow, I can't participate fully. For this reason, we have developed together with ITU the overview of remote captioning, because right now the most popular is the remote provision, and to make sure that this is the standard, this is where we need to get to. We know that it's not possible to get there immediately. You have to train the people, you have to use the right tools, but this is where we go. So progress over perfection, but this is the perfection. So that's the role of standards. I am myself a cochlear implant user, so I need access to captioning, but also I need access to sound. So for example, hearing loops or assistive listening devices, they do create the similar requirement of universal design and the standardization. So again, we work together to provide the overview, to make it less technical and more approachable to people new to those kind of topics. And lastly, the latest one was, thanks to the pandemic and the telemedicine moving into the telephony or the video conferencing, where a lot of persons with disabilities have been left behind again, as always. So what we needed, again, is to make sure that the persons with disabilities, myself and other experts, work together with ITU and the World Health Organization to bring out the minimum requirements, to understand what is possible, what's not possible, what needs to be as the minimum requirement. So everybody, no matter where they live, they get the same access, the same expectations are there. And I have to say, it would not happen without the global initiative on accessible ICTs from US, who is a member of ITU, and made sure that we provide the delegation and a platform for the experts with disabilities to participate in the standardization directly. And I think, without that, I would not be able to participate. So that's for sure. And now I am also a proud member of 6,000 or so certified professionals in accessibility core competencies. So I have moved truly from fashion to the other side now, for sure. And yeah, I hope, this brings some understanding of where the universal design comes in and where the standardization comes in, and the minimum, we call it key performance indicators, that gives us the understanding if we are providing the right access. And I'm just recently flying with airlines to Japan, and then just flying last night with Iberia was a huge difference, because some airlines have entertainment. So on the airline which I was flying to Japan, there was this three-pronged some kind of entry which I couldn't substitute with C port or just normal headphone jack. I just couldn't substitute for my assistive listening devices. But I could do that now with Iberia. So there is a lot of different things which people don't realize, that actually universal design applies everywhere in all areas of life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lydia, for sharing impressive work you have been involved and highlighting the importance of collaborative work with all stakeholders. I also would like to thank you for mentioning Japan as your recent experience, and because there is a lot of difference in culture, and there is a need to consider the cultural gap to implement universal design. Now, I would like to ask Mr. Ricardo Garcia Barhamond, sorry for my pronunciation, and he is the head of accessibility and digital inclusion at Iberia. So my question is the same. How can the principle of universal design be more effectively integrated into the current technology development process to create universally accessibility digital products? And what role does standardization play in this integration?
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. And I want to thank the ITU for inviting me to be in this panel. It's a great question. Many of my colleagues and the friends here have already touched on some of the key aspects that need to be considered. And I think we are kind of connecting dots here, or ideas that make sense in the whole discourse that we are putting together. We have standards. I mean, we have many elements so as to be able to work effectively in making products and services more accessible and usable by everyone. I think universal design are the key areas or the key aspects, of course, that should be followed. But should be followed by whom? We've been talking during the coffee break and early this morning, yesterday as well, of the shortage of accessibility professionals that need to know about accessibility in their daily tasks not only in design of products and services, but actually in different business processes that take place in an organization like Atos or in any government organization at different levels on a daily basis, right? So the first question is, okay, so who's involved here, right? Who is affected by accessibility from the point of view of the workflows that we are all involved in on a daily basis in our daily job, right? And in this case, we were talking earlier this morning, the panelists were talking about the shortage of persons with disabilities or users with disabilities or experts with disabilities that get involved, become involved in these workflows, in designing products or services. And I think at this point, it's really important to think of the different user personas that we can incorporate when designing something, when designing a product or service, and the user journeys. Because eventually, this is, as it's already been mentioned here, this is all about what we do on a daily basis when we go shopping, when we work, when we travel, tourism, when we try to do some procedure with some government entity, file our taxes. It's about being able to do it and being able to do it in equal terms, and eventually have a reasonably good experience, right? So this is the user experience, the famous user experience thing. In Atos, for example, we're working in improving the employee experience. The employee experience is about any of us being an employee of an organization. So from the moment we get through the recruitment process to the onboarding, retention, develop our career until we leave the company. But during all that time, we're going to need several things to make our life easier and to become productive, and whatever we do has to have a really good impact on our productivity, right? But this is all about our experience. So where does universal design, what's the role that universal design, for example, plays in a work environment, in a workplace environment? And obviously accessibility, right? So is accessibility present in terms of all the tools that are applied or are used during the recruitment process, right? The job portals, right? Can we all, apply to a job online on equal terms? No, we know that. But even if the job portal or the application form, we've all had to go through application forms, right? Filling them out, we know it's a headache. You can make an application form very accessible to meet the standards. It's already been mentioned, but what about the usability? It can be accessible, it can be conformant to the standards, but maybe it's a nightmare in terms of usability. So we did a project some years ago. Some of you here may remember, and we tested some job portals, and some of them were more accessible, conformant than others. But some of the usability of some of those portals was not too good, right? So some of the testers with disabilities that were involved were telling me, hey, Ricardo, you're my friend, so I'm going to stick to the end. We're going to try to complete it, but otherwise I would have left, because this is impossible, right? So this is all about bringing in people more and more people that can work in accessibility in the different stages of developing and using something. But obviously, if you are to design a product and service that is going to be used by a whole range of users, you need to know what those whole range of users are going to need, right? So involving persons with those different needs, any of us, right? Whether you have a disability or not, or some kind of impairment, or you're in the gray area, many of us are in the gray area, right? So you need to say something about that. Hey, I would like this to be this way or the other, right? And we know that's very optimistic, and that's very, very challenging to do. But obviously the standards are there to provide some common ground or some minimum bare basics to be able to work onwards on designing something that makes the whole experience much better. And just real quick, we are working on, as I said, generating more professionals or bringing in more professionals with disability, more professionals that work in accessibility with disability if possible. We are working on certain programs apprenticeship programs and so forth, because this is one of the key issues or key challenges that we are facing. The lack of the shortage of accessibility professionals that become aware of the importance of accessibility, universal design, but I could work hands-on in applying accessibility or accessibility principles in one way or the other in different business processes within the organization, whether it's testing, whether it's coding an application, whether it's procuring something, of course, in different areas. So that's my take on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your insights and sharing practical experience in various processes to make the services more accessible and highlighting implementing aspects to highlight the importance of usability of services, including challenges and that needs to be addressed. So now I would like to ask Ms. Catherine Bohill. She is Director of ESG Development and Impact from Telefonica. So I would like to ask the same question. So floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay, so first of all, I'd like to echo my fellow panelists. And like my colleague here, I'm looking for an utopia as well. And I want to make accessibility or universal design fashionable, like Lydia. Because why does Telefonica want this utopia? Because it's a question of business. It's a question of reaching more people with our products and services. It's a question of getting more talent. You know, there's a war on talent at the moment. We want to make our company as inclusive as possible to get the best people, no matter what, disability, further ability. This is an opportunity and we really believe it. Now, I agree, and I think it was really interesting to hear Ricardo, you know, there is a lack of accessibility professionals, and this certainly is true. But looking around the room and this great line of panelists, there's loads of brains, loads of clever people, loads of technical people here in the room. I can't imagine what everybody here is capable of doing. The problem is not here in the room. The problem is everybody else, right? And it's easy to say, it's everybody else. What can we do? Well, it's our job too to change the culture, to make this a CEO problem in the case of a corporation. You described, Lydia, that experience between the unnamed provider and the wonderful Iberia. I can tell you that that certainly wasn't the case a few years behind. And again, you know, I'm fortunate enough. I currently don't have a disability. I may have in the future. But there's lots of things. As a person without a disability, I benefit. And Telefonica's customers benefit by accommodating, because that portal frustration I've had, and it's nothing to do with a disability. So to summarize, it's about customer and employee experience, and it's about reaching more people and achieving. You know, you guys all know, guys and girls all know the statistics. 15% of the population have some kind of a disability, right? And we need to provide for that, and we need to access this talent, and this is why it's a priority. At Telefonica, this is something that is from the top down. Our mission is to make the world more human, connecting people. We're a telecommunications provider. We connect people. We want to connect more people. Our president and CEO has echoed these. He's very vocal. It's a priority. And within our strategic plan, we have clear objectives to address accessibility. So, you know, we still have a long way to go. There is difficulty. And I loved the last panelist. I mean, I love what she said. It's really sad what she said. I think her name was Susanna. who connected by video, she was explaining that, you know, it's very hard to rectify things post. We need to try and address things by design, which goes back to my colleague from the Norwegian and how the Norwegian focus. It's definitely by design, and that's the way we needed to focus. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Thank you for your view from private sector, highlighting the importance of reaching people to make services more inclusive. Now, I would like to go to the second round of the questions. So, first, I would like to ask Adil. In your role in fostering universal design of ICT in your national authority, please elaborate key strategies to effectively support implementation of requirements of national and EU regulations on universal design. What are the challenges and opportunities you perceive from your experience? Thank you.
Thanks again. I think universal design principles aim to create products, services, environment in a way that everyone can access that without their abilities and or disabilities. So integrating these principles in the technology development process is crucial for creating universally designed accessible digital products and services. There have been mentioning, my colleagues and the previous panelists have been mentioning a lot of things about inclusive design thinking, user-centric design and accessibility standard, compliance with these guidelines and education, training, lack of accessible professionals, and I will not go through all the discussions that have all been always being discussed, but I will go first directly to role of standardization. I think a role of standardization is to establish the baseline. So it helps to establish the baseline. It provides us the minimum requirement to make our products universally designed, but this is not this should not be the goal to just compliance with the minimum standards. I guess companies need to integrate universal design and accessible into their policy. And furthermore, I guess the standards that are being developed should be interoperable, like standard ensure the accessibility feature work consistently across different platforms, different devices and application. They have been very much focused on web accessibility, but I want to elaborate also the accessibility issues connected to mobile applications and electronic document. Almost, I don't know the statistics, but I believe almost majority of world population now have access to smartphones. Unfortunately, most of the mobile applications that are being developed are not universally designed, and there are not much focus on accessibility of mobile applications, and their lack of there are standards, for example, Web Accessibility Directive also apply to mobile applications. But there are lack of guidance, there are lack of testing procedures, there are lack of testing and providing guideline to developers, designers, how they can design the inclusive mobile applications. And when it comes to documents, there are a lot of documents. PDFs are almost, many people are familiar with PDF, which are not always accessible. So I guess there is a lack of guideline, universal guideline, and harmonized understanding of these standards, how these understanding, these standards can be applied across different platforms, different devices, and different ICT solutions. And I think when a person lands to a website or a mobile application or a document, it's a relation of, I guess, trust. Because trust, I think, is a glue between all the relations. When you land on the website, for example, Ricardo mentioned to apply a job application, you have a trust that if you land, this platform will provide you to a kind of opportunity to actually apply this job without any frustration, without any hurdle, without any barrier. If I'm sitting on this chair, I have a trust in this chair that I will not fall down off this chair. If we are standing on the floor, for example, so we have trust on that floor that this floor will not get inside. So we have trust. So I guess when a user lands to a website or a platform, the user have initial trust. But when they interact with their ICT solution or an environment or a service, so their trust is actually being breached because the services, they're in the products, their environment they are interacting with are not accessible for that person. So I guess we have to keep that trust built and have to make that trust strong. And the next point that I want to elaborate is collaboration and industry involvement. There have been many discussions about user involvement. Yes, user is very important because they are the people who are going to use the applications. And yes, the businesses think why we should implement universal design. Catherine mentioned that it's about the business. Like you get more user. For example, if you have 100,000 users and 15% of the population in a country is not able to access your solution, then you are missing 15% of the customer that could be your customer if your product is universally designed. So I guess here the businesses need to put their business interest on one side and come to a collaborative environment, arenas where they can sit and put their business and interest behind and user interest on top of that. And contribution to standards. There have been mentioning, a lot of my colleagues mentioned today the contribution. There are, W3C is working a lot with the guidelines that are described in a way that the businesses and the authorities can follow and implement in their legislation. But we need more people to contribute. We have, I have been part of a project, White Tools project. My colleagues are also there who have been working with that project where they develop harmonized standards, harmonized test procedures, test rules to test the web content. But we have also developed a community in that, and we need more volunteers to actually contribute that community to develop these harmonized test rules that can be used not only across the Europe, but across the world. This is also one of the challenges. Different countries have different understanding of WCAG. In Europe, I will just focus on the Europe. So we need such a harmonization understanding of the standard and, of course, procedures to test ICT solution. Furthermore, inclusive employment and inclusive procurement, this is very important. I guess inclusive employment, we need diverse people in our organization which know their pain. And then they can gain the goal, the other people in pain. So in Norway, we have a Norwegian standardization agency, which is responsible for developing standards. So they have actually drafted 2 standards, which are soon for hearing in Parliament. The first standard is about inclusive employment. So digitalization, the standard actually named digitalization and universal design to achieve inclusive employment. And the other standard, which is soon on hearing, is digitalization and universal design in procurement. My personal experience is that the people who are working in procurement, they have lack of competence in universal design. They don't know the standard, they don't know the requirements. When they buy product and services, they see in theory there is a requirement for universal design, but they don't have routines, they don't have test procedure competence to actually test these products against the legal requirement. I guess we should also emphasize on the procurement department so that we can have inclusive employment experience, we have inclusive product that deliver. I don't know if I have more time to speak, okay, because I have a lot of stress in Norway as well, because after the implementation of Web Accessibility Directive, so we have, we are only 22 people who are working in authority, Norwegian Observatory or Norwegian Supervision Agency, but after the implementation of Web Accessibility Directive, we used to perform only 10 supervision every year from 2015 to 2023. We have our national legislation on universal design since 2013, but we were not capable of supervising all the industries, all the businesses. But after the implementation of Web Accessibility Directive, so we have almost 6,000 web applications that we have to perform testing, mobile applications. And as I said, we have lack of testing procedures, harmonized testing procedures, our testing tool that we can use to test 6,000 apps in a year. We have 78,000, almost 78,000 web pages. I'm not talking about websites, but web pages that we have to test according to our national and EU legislation. And we have a lot of automatic or self-services machines, like a ticketing machine, we have check-in machine and airport. We have self-service machines in Norway, and I hope in other European countries we have self-terminal where we can buy the things from grocery store and pay and go outside. So we have self-service machines, but we have in Norway, we have almost, according to our statistics, we have 180,000 automatic machines which come under the national and international legislation. So it's very hard actually to cover all the aspects. So therefore we perform supervision, which are risk-based supervisions. So we do not test all, but we test some which impact, we test some solutions and some businesses which impact the whole society. So we have a 6-step supervision process. We first send the notification to business, get access to their ICT solutions, if it's a website, if it's a mobile application or automatic machine or electronic document, and then we make a sample and test their web pages against the sample of our test rules that we have. We have also developed our own interpretation of web accessibility guidelines, WCAG. And based on that interpretation of accessibility guidelines, we have developed our own test rules, which are also I want to also mention that our interpretation is also integrated in ACT rules that have been developed, harmonized ACT rules that have been developed in Vitals project. So our now we are developing also test rules for mobile application for the new requirements as well. So we are almost done. We have just 3 months in that project, and we will be publishing our test rules for mobile application as well later in March. So after we test, we send a report to company. We have discussion with the business or company, and then we give them 12 weeks deadline to correct that. If they correct, then the case is closed. If they don't correct their violations in 12 weeks, then we actually announce the fine. And fines in Norway are very high, and we in 2022 we actually have performed the supervision on one of the largest university in Norway, and they had to pay 150,000 Norwegian krone per day fine. So fines are very heavy. But as I said, we perform supervision which are risk-based, but it impact the whole society in Norway. For example, we perform supervision on examination system in one university, but the same examination system is used by all other universities. So if we perform a supervision on one university, if they force their supplier, their vendor to fix these violations, it means all the universities in Norway who are using this system will have the universally designed ICT solution. So I don't want to take a lot of time, but I just want to come to the last point, Web Accessibility Directive, how we are implementing, how we actually handling the Web Accessibility Statement. As my colleagues mentioned, there are I will say it's 3 main things in Web Accessibility Directive. It's a simplified monitoring, it's a in-depth monitoring, and we have a Web Accessibility Statement. I will start with a Web Accessibility Statement, which I have 2 parts. It's kind of wall of shame that the business have to publish a statement about their ICT solutions, what part of their ICT solution are not accessible, and they have to provide a feedback function. This is required by the European Web Accessibility Directive. I guess the feedback is very important, that we hear the user. We hear what user are experiencing, what pains are they're feeling on our ICT solution. So we get the feedback. What we did, we developed a centralized solution for businesses to register their web accessibility statement, so that all the user, if they land on a website for, let's say, Norwegian hospital, they have the same format and same method to read the web accessibility statement as if they have read the web accessibility statement of police website. So the web accessibility statement we develop is fully accessible. So if the businesses use that format, then the web accessibility statement will be accessible for all the business. So that's how we do. We do one standard and then we impact the whole society. And for just 10 seconds maybe. For simplified monitoring, we have developed our own platform to perform simplified monitoring. We used automatic tool developed by our Portuguese friends, QualWeb, that is integrated in our platform, which is based on the harmonized ICT standard. And for in-depth monitoring, we have already experience from 2013, and we have our manual inspection to perform the in-depth monitoring. Thanks.
Thank you very much for providing your comprehensive views and experiences from the perspective of the national authority and highlighting various aspects of accessible ICT solutions and processes. Now, I would like to ask Roberto, so considering your vast experience and as being expert in web accessibility and being a member of ETSI and AccessibleEU, as well as being the chairperson of e-accessibility commission in the Italian normative national body, how do you perceive the impact of standardization on the effectiveness of universal design in digital environments? Could you share an example where this synergy has led to significant improvements in accessibility?
Thank you. I want to thank you, the colleague, because he is the reply, is the answer of the question. We have also in Italy some situation that the company understand the business about accessibility and understand that they can apply standard, they can involve people with disability in testing, so they can guarantee more accessible product and service. This is the most important topic. When the friend of W3C before remember the old phrases, read the friendly manual, so read the WCAG, I want to suggest also to read the why content for the business part, because it's the most important topic for integrate and promote universal design. If the company understand the benefit of accessibility, they will improve the accessibility in their service. Then we need also law. In Italy, for example, we have a law, we have extended the Web Accessibility Directive to big companies. If they don't conform to accessibility, they pay an amount that can reach the 5% of their balance. That is a lot. We put this one because a little fee, they prefer to pay the fee instead of fixed accessibility, because the fee costs less than to upgrade the product and service. But we see that also with the Italian law requirement, we don't talk with technical department, we talk with compliance. We talk with the responsibility of the corporate social responsibility. They put accessibility inside the corporate social responsibility. Now we talk about sustainability. We need to put more accessibility also in this topic. So if we develop standard, that standard evolve, we have a stable standard that can be applied. We have a lot of companies that create new products and services that are compliant, that help also customer to be compliant. You talked before about the PDF. We have a lot of products that we can create documents that are compliant, but we need to teach to the customer, to the employer of public administration of company, to use correctly the products, to export correctly the documents. So also in this case, there is a lack of knowledge of the power of the products that they have. So the most important topic, and I close so you can move to other experts, is that we have the standard, we have the implementation of the standard, and now what we need to expand the interest of the companies to apply this standard as an opportunity, not as a love requirement.
Thank you very much for sharing your practical example, how to foster the implementation of requirements, highlighting that it is an opportunity, not requirements. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to ask Lydia, given your unique perspective as an expert with lived experience, how do you see standardization enhancing universal design in digital solutions for the hard of hearing people? What standards do you believe are crucial in this context? And I have an additional question. How do you see the roles, like your role, your capacity of IAAP, CPACC in supporting efforts in both standardization and universal design in ICT? Lydia, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Floor again. So I haven't been here yesterday, but I heard that yesterday there was a lot of discussion about the need of more accessibility professionals, and I'm hearing it today as well. So the global initiative on accessible ICT, on inclusive ICTs, has been working for a few years now on their accessibility rights education, which is DARE, which is Digital Accessibility Rights Education, and created a fund to ensure that the persons with disabilities become themselves experts in accessibility and bring that expertise further. Of course, it's not enough. We need more. We keep hearing that. But this is the start. And this is a collaboration with International Association of Accessibility Professionals, which provides the certification. And they are, of course, looking forward to working with AccessibleEU. And my association, the European Federation of Hard of Hearing People, has been quite active in making sure that other persons, especially hard of hearing experts, do realize that there is this opportunity and they can apply for the fund and to participate in standardization further and provide the expertise. I think it's important. It's important to encourage the experts, because personally, sometimes I'm looking around and I see all these different job offers for accessibility professionals, but I'm just keeping away from it because it doesn't feel like it's something that I can give to the persons, to the companies. And yeah, sometimes it can be very confusing and complicated. I once asked, it's mostly around the visual issues, which is true, you know, that the ICTs themselves are not accessible. But then my experience with aeroplanes, this is ICT, so yes, there is also accessibility. So I think we need to be much more encouraging and more creative in bringing the expertise to the table as well, to make sure that the experts realize that, yes, you may not fit exactly to that job description, but actually you can fit in another one. So you need to widen the scope, basically, not to narrow it. That's one thing. In terms of standards, which are the requirements, for majority of people who have a hearing loss, use hearing devices, be it hearing aids or cochlear implants, access to sound is important because often it's enough for some of the people. And so we need to be able to either have access to environment like here, build environment with hearing loop, which access directly to the microphone, or using the assistive devices. So we just simply can plug into whatever ICT is out there, and they can swap this from the standard headphones, which do not support our way of needs of hearing access. And then captioning and the quality of it. And then, yes, very often we see captioning being provided, but is this actually usable? Is this something we can use? if someone provides me on the entertainment on the plane or anywhere else a movie with captioning which is transparent, and therefore it's very difficult to read the captioning, especially when it is white background in the movie, then you haven't provided me with accessibility. You think you did, but I can't follow it, so I can't read it, therefore there isn't one. So these standards are very important. Another standard which is increasingly important and is needed is the telehealth. We just started the telehealth, but from what I've seen, and I think everybody else in this room have seen, that the medical professionals have discovered the telehealth in a way as widening the reach to different people, but also not realizing that it can stop you from gaining access to health professionals. So the accessibility of those services are crucial. If I am supposed to make a call to my practitioner who sends me the information via the short message on my mobile, yes, here is your appointment. If you want to change it, please make a call. I'm sorry, that's not accessible. No, you have to make sure that I can actually do it using my mobile, using the application, and I'm going to do that. So I think those are very important parts. And of course, the ability, what I see also is the trend of pushing for the digital way as much as possible without having a backup. So don't break something or change something what is working well. Just use complementary services when a user does not really feel comfortable of using the ICTs. And we think about majority of the people with hearing loss are people who are older, and they still struggle. So we need to make sure that we are catering both ways. ICTs are great, but sometimes the traditional way is also important. So I don't think I can add more. And I've got lots of ideas in terms of what standards are needed, safety included in the hotels, but that probably is a discussion for another time. And I would like to mention that as part of the G3 ICT, which is the global initiative for inclusive ICTs, our organization is also drawing from the knowledge and participating in Smart Cities for All to ensure that we are also making sure that cities are accessible to all. And Monica, my colleague, is here as well, so she's just hiding now. She is leading on that program. So just widen the scope to ensure that you can bring that talent of pool available to you. You may even not know who you've got, but also ensure that whatever is being brought in, whatever is brought forward, like everybody else before me have said, start from the beginning, because it's so difficult to change things afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lydia. Sorry, I was not aware of the time construction, so how much time do we have? Okay, so maybe I would ask quickly to Ricardo and Catherine as the final comment. So probably I prepared a question, but I would like to ask you as a final comment, as a takeaway. Thank you.
Thank you. Final comment. So we've been talking about implementation of accessibility and standards and under legal mandates at different levels, country levels, Europe, also organizations. I think it's really important at country level, at a national level or a regional level even, so that it can, trickle down or transfer onto organizations, that there is a change in the narrative. Right? Someone mentioned earlier this morning that persons with disabilities are still, to a great extent, are invisible. So I think it's really, really important to change the narratives, just as other topics have been successful at doing that. So in this case, I want to give kudos to this organization Fundación ONCE for what they've been doing in the last 40 years, 35 years. And in this case, Mr. Jesus Hernandez has been playing a huge role in that. I think it's really, really important to send that message and to let that message sink into society, because that's the way that it's going to sink into organizations in what they do. And obviously within an organization, they need to become aware of all this. And from a governance standpoint, policies are super critical. Roberto was mentioning earlier today that without governance, without a policy, you're not going to be able to do anything. So we've adopted that at Atos. We tend to say that we see accessibility barriers as pollution as a result of the production process, in this case, of the digital production process that generates accessibility barriers. If not all the standards are followed or all the rules are followed, you're going to have pollution, right? And Eric Dolman earlier this morning, he mentioned maturity models as well. We do a lot of those as well, and the best takeaway that I get from those is that you open the eyes to the people that you talk in an organization, and you do a maturity model assessment because you involve people from different key areas, and you talk about this, and you ask them the questions and the methodology we follow and the key variables and enablers we analyze, and you guide them through these conversations, and they open their eyes to stuff that they didn't know about. You know, they were not aware in their own business areas. That's why this is important, how they are affected and what they really need to do about that to move to the next level of maturity. So in that case, procurement, you mentioned, Adil, earlier this morning, we've successfully implemented accessibility into Atos procurement processes. That's been a pretty significant milestone, but we are proud of that because that's going to trigger other processes with our vendors internally as well, right? And finally, just to highlight that, as I said, in order to gain traction and in order to gain scalability, all these processes need to be interconnected. And obviously, the key to me to raise all these awareness and to get all the process started is to gain buy-in from the top leadership of the organization, whether it's government or whether it's an individual organization in public sector or in private sector, in corporate. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Catherine?
Yeah, just quickly. So 3 points. First point, this is about business. I think that's very clear, and we just have to make that is a global, people take it consciously that this is valid. And I think we need to work hard, everybody spreading this message and getting it to the leaders, right? Also, the second point is this is by design. We need to think about accessibility by design. We're doing this at Telefonica. We have a goal that 100% of our new products and services by 2025 will be accessible, along with sustainability and artificial intelligence ethical criteria. So accessibility is a key pillar, and it has to be done by design. Rectifying things after takes longer and is more costly. The third point is this is a huge ecosystem. This is about working together with alliances. Telefonica has alliance with ONCE. We're working with the ITU. This is really important. We don't work in isolation. My colleague was explaining about the problems with mobile apps. We deliver mobile services. Mobile apps is part, but we can't do this alone. We have to do our part, but this alone. And this is why standards and international standards are so important. I think the ITU, my last role in Telefonica was Spectrum, and they seem to be able to get the spectrum bands very well organized in a global area. And I just wonder, because it's closer to the money. And I think we need to make sure that accessibility is understood as being close to the money. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear panelists, for sharing valuable views and experiences. I believe the discussion will continue for the afternoon session on AI and metaverse, the new areas of technology we need to work hard further and together. I would like to thank you for all of your kind attention. With that, this session has concluded. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all of our panelists for their valuable insights. And now I would like to invite everyone for the lunch break to the next room. We will reconvene at 2 here again in the main room. Thank you.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
questions that you sent.
Can I please ask everyone to get seated, please? Thank you. Can everyone get seated, please? We're about to start. Thank you. Hello and welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a nice lunch break and you're enjoying all the delicacies Spain has to offer. So now we're kicking off with the last part of our event. So now in the afternoon, we are going to have two sessions, one on AI and emerging technologies, and the second one on metaverse. So it's quite future-oriented, I would say. So to begin with, I would like to first of all invite to the stage our next panelists and the moderator of the AI and emerging technologies in improving digital accessibility session. So I would like to invite to the stage Mr. Guillem Martinez Rura, Artificial Intelligence and Robotics Program Officer of ITU. And also I would like to announce that this session is moderated with many thanks to Guillem and also AI for Good initiative. So we're very happy to have them here with us today. So next up, I would like to invite Ms. Almudena Alcaide, Director of Research, Development and Innovation at Fundación ONCE. Welcome. Yes. And then next up, we have Mr. Daniel Casas, Accessibility Policy Officer from European Disability Forum. Welcome. And next up, we would have Georgia, or George, whichever you prefer, Dimitrievich, founder of Sign Avatar, joining us. Yes. And we also have two speakers that are going to be joining us online today. So I would like to introduce Ms. Maria Ignacia Rodriguez Espinosa, Head of Public and International Affairs of Fundación Descúbreme. And their participation is also thanks to the Zero project that they're partnering with. So we are going to have them, you're going to have them on the screen soon. And then next up we have Dr. Carlos Duarte, Associate Professor of University of Lisbon, joining us. And we have Dr. Miguel Ángel Valero Dubois, professor from the Polytechnic University of Madrid, joining us today, please. And finally, last but not least, we have another remote panelist joining us, Ms. Paulina Lewandowska. She's the Secretary of International Federation of Hard-Hearing Young People. We are very honored to have such an impressive lineup of speakers, and I wish you all the best with your session, and thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Egmel. I hope everyone can hear me well. So dear colleagues, distinguished panelists and participants, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank you all, first of all, for inviting ITU AI for Good to join this panel. I'm Guilherme Martinez-Roura. I'm the AI and Robotics Program Coordinator at the ITU in Geneva, and I'm working at the AI for Good platform and initiative. For the ones who don't know, AI for Good is the leading United Nations platform on sustainable and inclusive artificial intelligence, and is organized by the ITU together with 40 UN sister organizations and co-convened with Switzerland. And it's a privilege to introduce this session today and moderate this panel, this esteemed panel of speakers on AI and emerging technologies for digital accessibility at Accessible Europe 2023. So, some introductory remarks from the moderator. As AI continues to advance, its impact becomes increasingly evident in all aspects of our life, demonstrating tremendous potential for social good. And the ways in AI can really enable economic and social progress are endless, with a transformative character that really can help us achieve the Sustainable Development Goals that were agreed 5 years ago by the member states of the United Nations to improve life on Earth by 2030. So AI for Good was created really for this, to identify practical solutions using AI and scale those solutions for global impact and really help accelerate progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals. And as we navigate the ever-evolving digital landscape, it is crucial to recognize that inclusivity is not a mere option, but an essential element for a truly equitable digital society. And there is exactly where AI emerges as a powerful tool holding immense promise for bridging the accessibility gap and empowering individuals with disabilities to fully participate in everyday life activities. And today we gather here at Fundación ONCE to delve into the latest developments in AI-powered accessibility, explore emerging trends by our expert panel on this topic, and discuss the challenges and opportunities ahead. And together we can, and is what we want, and this, I think it's the first activity of many more on this topic, on AI and accessibility, that we can shape the future where digital accessibility is not just a goal, but really a reality for all. And this session will constitute of two main parts. So in the first part, we will look into use cases and opportunities on AI when it comes to increase digital accessibility. And for that, I will be asking our esteemed panelists 2 questions. And in the second part, we will explore challenges and the way forward in terms of regulation, followed by a Q&A with all our audience today. So we have a distinguished panelist, a distinguished set of panelists today, but as always, we are counting on you, the audience, to really help create a very interactive session. And without further ado, I would like now to give 1 minute of initial remarks to each of our speakers so they can present themselves. So you have 1 minute, and I would like to start with Almudena. She's the Director of Research, Development and Innovation, Fundación ONCE.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having me here and representing Fundación ONCE and the Research and Development and Innovation area. My remarks, my 1 minute remark will go to, I'll be very happy to present and to share with you some of the projects that put artificial intelligence at the center and the core of our research to help and improve the lives of people with disability in different areas, but I've just brought 2 examples to you this afternoon. And, but I also would like this session to talk about what I think are the 3 pillars for artificial intelligence now and the future, which are data for me, and I would go on, the 3 pillars would be data, data, and data. But I'll be a bit more creative, and I'll say we need to talk about data, we need to talk about algorithms, and we need to talk about use cases. And for us, those 3 aspects are 3 different focuses for us all, and in particular for the purpose of our research.
Okay, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Almudena. And now I would like to give the floor to Daniel Casas.
So, hello everyone, I'm Daniel Casas. I come from the European Disability Forum, which is the umbrella organization that represents persons with disabilities at the European level. What I'm trying to do with 1 minute is basically explain what we are doing on artificial intelligence. So in the last years, we've been quite active on the field of digital accessibility and ICT because there's many legislation being developed at the European level and many standards. So we try to be active with the whole disability community in those discussions. So when it comes to artificial intelligence, it's true that we started working on it as a reaction to some extent to the European Commission proposals that was presented now some years ago, and there was a partial agreement quite recently. So in that moment, we realized that we needed to come up with a strong position on what it really means AI for persons with disabilities. And we had 2 basically main things that we wanted to stress in the negotiations. The first one was accessibility. So when the technology was being developed, we needed to ensure that it was accessible for persons with disabilities and that no new barriers were being created, and I can talk about it later. And the second part was also to ensure that there were no new cases of discrimination as a result of the technology. So this is when we started working on this topic, and also recently we get funding to implement a project on AI, and I have a colleague which is called Kave Nori. You can search on the website, who is the ex-AI policy officer. He's doing a great job, and his task is twofold. On the one hand, to ensure that the perspective of persons with disabilities is present in the policy debate that is taking place currently all over Europe and the world, so that the rights of persons with disabilities are present, and on the other hand, to train and to build the capacity of the disability community as well to be present in this type of discussions, because we know that AI has lots of benefits for society, for persons with disabilities. There's also some challenges, and sometimes the discussions get technical, but we have to be key stakeholders. So this is what we're doing right now. And the last thing also is that there have been some, I would say, the word in English, it's some kind of official documents from the board of directors where we explain what is our position on AI and digital technologies, which we also encourage to read to see a bit how the disability community takes a position on that respect. So that's it.
Okay, that's great, Daniel. And now I would like to give the floor to George Dimitriev. Okay, Dimitrievich. He's the founder of Sign Avatar, I think a startup very active in this field.
Hi everyone. Hello. Some of you have listened to my pitch yesterday, so I'll briefly introduce myself to ones that weren't here yesterday. My name is George. I'm one of the founders of Sign Avatar. It's a startup that makes a software that translates speech into sign language automatically. And our vision is to enable deaf people around the world to have content in their native language. And right now, our first product is being used in transportation. So we have this product that's called Transport Sign. And what it does, it automates the PA system to be in sign language. So everything that you can hear on the PA systems is available for deaf people in sign language on dedicated screens around the train station or an airport or on your app. I'm here today because I wanted to present my solution in front of all of you guys and to basically help you understand why such a product is really important for the deaf community as we're looking to expand into other countries as well, because our software is currently live in Serbia and Belgrade Central Station, and soon will be available on the Belgrade Airport, and we want to expand into other countries as well and basically become a cornerstone of accessibility because deaf people deserve the right to have everything in sign language. That's me.
Okay, thanks a lot. And now I would like to give the floor to Carlos Duarte. He's associate professor at University of Lisbon.
Thank you, and let me thank you for inviting me to this panel. It's a great pleasure to be here. I'll take the opportunity to start with a disclaimer. I'm not an AI scientist, okay? I'm an accessibility and interaction researcher. So that's my background. That being said, AI is everywhere, and we're definitely researching how to use AI for accessibility. So that justifies my presence here. And we, as my focus point now, we were just during the lunch break joking a bit around some problems that exist, accessibility and not only accessibility related. And what we were always saying is that AI will fix it. Okay, we were joking, right? So AI won't fix everything. And I guess it's really important that we don't make the same mistakes we did with the web and with mobile applications, where we now end up, as was clearly said this morning, in a remediation position where nothing is accessible by design, so we have to remediate it. And so AI is moving really fast, and we need to make sure that we don't make the same mistake, and that AI will be accessible by design. And just to add something to the first intervention, data, and you also mentioned algorithms use cases, and I will add interaction. So we need to make sure that everyone is able to access those AI systems.
Okay, thanks a lot, Carlos. And now I would like to give the floor to Dr. Miguel Ángel Valero Duboy. He's professor at the Polytechnic University of Madrid.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you to ITU and Fundación ONCE and all the support organization. My background is on telecommunications, engineering and telematics, applied to the field of accessibility and health in very wide sense. We have been working at the university on the applications of reasoning techniques and reasoning model in web services, mobile application, and at the smart home. That is a place where the independent living is fostered as much as possible. Just as a brief introduction, like an appetizer or a dessert after lunch, I like to say that intelligence deals with empathy, with understanding to each others, both in cognitive, physical, and sensorial points of view. So if intelligence is not accessible, it's not intelligence. And this is a very important point. Artificial intelligence deals by itself and should deal by itself with accessibility, because if not, it's not smart at all. We can talk about data. I'd say impact, reasoning, how these emerging opportunities are going to support the human rights by having an ethical point of view. When we talk about ethical point of view, we are talking about the ethics of the consequences, the positive consequences we demand for the human being. And this is something we will discuss right now. And I do believe that an appropriate, accessible AI can support a better lives if we take into account these ethical, person-centered considerations. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. And now I would like to welcome our online speakers. So I would like to give the floor to Paulina Lewandowska. She's the secretary of the International Federation of Hard-Hearing Young People. So Paulina, and she's joining us as well. Like she's our young kind of representative as well in this panel of like really young people. So so I think Paulina, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So good afternoon, panelists, moderator, and participants. And I'm really honored to be here today to represent the community with the hearing loss, especially hard of hearing, the young people, because I am a secretary of IFOHEP, which stands for International Federation of Hard of Hearing Young People, but also I represent the European Federation of Hard of Hearing. And we, as federations, we wanted to make sure that the voice of hard of hearing community is heard in public. That's why we are actively engaged in advocating for the rights and well-being of this community. And also, privately, I am passionate about harnessing technology to break down the barriers and create a more inclusive landscape, also the digital one. And during this panel, I want to share the point of view as someone who is a hard of hearing myself, because I am a hard of hearing person too. And I am also a person who has a life experience of disabilities. So I believe that I have experienced firsthand the positive changes that technology, particularly AI, can bring to our lives, but also that there are some challenges, of course, that we have to point out. That's why I want to share this with you from also a practical side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Paulina. And now I would like to give the floor to our last speaker today. She's Maria Ignacia Rodriguez Espinosa, and I think she's joining us online as well. She's the head of Public and International Affairs of Fundación Descúbreme.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much to the ITU for inviting us to be a part of the Accessible Europe conference. I am, as just said, the head of Public and International Affairs at Fundación Descúbreme, a Chilean-born and Chilean-based NGO that promotes disability inclusion, but we are focused on promoting this topic on Ibero-American countries, and that includes Spain, and that is why we are here sort of in the limits of Europe, in a sense. So in my initial remarks, I would like to just point out how the promise of artificial intelligence is can improve the lives of persons with disabilities. And when we've seen it in some technologies such as assistive technologies that can be personalized and customized for the needs of persons with disabilities, for example, for improved communication, improved mobility for persons with disabilities as well, more access to information, or information that is present in a way that is easy to understand, or it is present in a way that persons can actually understand it, which is not necessarily the case. And also employment opportunities. And we can see so many promises of artificial intelligence that for persons with disabilities. However, we could not forget also the ethical considerations that we need to have when we are developing these technologies. For example, artificial intelligence could sustain biases that are present in society. And when these tools are not designed with persons with disabilities at the center, they could reproduce these biases and prejudices against persons with disabilities. And of course, that is something that we do not want. So that is why we need to have accessibility in mind, universal design from the beginning, as just said. Also, we need to sort out the representation of persons with disabilities in the development from design of artificial intelligence-based tools, because otherwise they will not be accessible. And as just our colleagues said, we would need to fix it sort of along the way. And of course, that is not something that we want. We should, of course, apply the principles of inclusion and universal design when designing any kind of tool. And with artificial intelligence, I think that is not any kind of exception, but also because of the impacts can be much bigger and broader. So we definitely need to consider these ethical considerations and also the challenges that artificial intelligence faces as we move along on this path. So that is what I would like to discuss further when the questions are asked. And of course, anything else that the audience might want to discuss with us or the panel today, then we are very much welcome to.
Okay, thank you very much for all the speakers for this first intervention. And I would like to turn to our first speaker today, Almudena. I would like to, well, first of all, thanks a lot for hosting us here for this session in Fundación ONCE, and really joining us to explain how AI can be leveraged for digital accessibility for people with disabilities. And in your role, you have played a pivotal part in developing groundbreaking AI-powered solutions Could you share with us these two examples of projects that show how Fundación ONCE is bridging the accessibility gap and empowering individuals with disabilities? The floor is yours.
Thank you. Yes, we brought two samples for you today. Of course, advances in artificial intelligence have given us a lot of ideas, a lot of opportunities, and there are many more use cases, good use cases of this artificial intelligence. But I've brought you two. One of them is, I'm going to talk to you about it, and the other one I'll show you a video. The first one is we got the idea of integrating many different algorithms into just one solution. And that solution was for a video conferencing tool, similar to any other tool that you may know, Zoom, Teams, whatever. What we did was to put together a speech-to-text intelligence, computing vision intelligence, so people could actually have the material being shared during a meeting or during a conference, a video conference, audio described automatically by artificial intelligence. We brought together we put in together abilities with the audio channel, so we could use artificial intelligence to summarize what the person was saying in a different channel to the original version. That summary could be a simplification of the language, again, done by artificial intelligence. So people with cognitive or language accessibility needs could follow the meetings. We also used summarizing services. So after a meeting, you're able to just press a button and have the written summary of what is being said, apart from the original transcription. Also, that summary can be generated in simplified language. So a lot of different utilities that they were all out there that brought together meant that people with different profiles and different needs could come together to a working or a training session by video conferencing with the stressless environment of a tool that could actually would make that meeting or that session available and accessible for everybody. So that's, we've finalized that research. We've been into that for the last 2 years, and we'll be very soon out there, and you'll be hearing about Access Meet, and you'll all use it. And the second project that we wanted to share with you is called Access Robots, and it's a completely different line of research. This is in robotics, and I've got a video that will show you what it does. So please enter video.
Robots are already among us and are here to make our everyday life that bit easier. At ONCE Foundation and Incerta Innovation, we believe that the time has come for a new generation of robots to foster and enable the autonomy of people with disabilities. Therefore, 2 new fully accessible robots have been developed under the Assistive Robotics Research Line. Meet Ari, the first intelligent robotic assistant accessible for large environments. Ari is able to guide any user with a disability from one point to another in a completely autonomous way. It is designed for large environments, making it perfect for train stations, airports, or shopping centers. Among other features, it is capable of intelligently recognizing and interacting with the environment and making stops at intermediate points along the route. Want some help getting to your platform? Done. A pit stop at the toilets on the way? Done. Something to eat? Done. The robot can not only memorize stops along the route, but can also avoid any obstacle thanks to its sensors. Moreover, it has been designed on the basis of feedback received from users with real needs. The robot is therefore ready and able to adapt to any situation thanks to the height and inclination of the handlebar, along with the general ergonomics and speed of the robot. And how does the user communicate with the robot? Communication is fully accessible for all disability profiles. using a simple mobile app and the robot's own display, which features light signals, sign language and pictograms. The user can arrange to use ARI robot services at any venue or place where the robot is available. ARI is the perfect assistant for large environments. This research has been financed by Association Incerta Innovación, part of Grupo Social ONCE, through Prosvasi Ciencia y Tecnología para la Inclusión, AIE, within the project Access Robots.
So not wishing to take any more time of the following speakers, just to say that this is part of that pillar that is the use case scenarios for artificial intelligence applied to improve the lives of people with disabilities in an ethical and in a fair way. So my next question, I will address data and algorithms.
Yeah, exactly. So I think like thanks for sharing those two really good examples. So like the robotics example, you know, is at the core of the work, some of the work I'm doing at the ITU as well, and for sure like this really a great project to showcase. And I think now I would like to ask you about, you know, like it's what we have been talking is like that when developing this kind of technology, we need to be aware of the challenges. And there are like a few things that we should be taking into account when developing, like, for example, like the two use cases that you have been mentioning and explaining now to us. So what should we aware of when we expose ourselves to AI developments and research?
Well, like I said before, I think there are three pillars here, and it's data, algorithms, and use cases, with all the considerations about the use cases that our other panelists have been talking about. But I think we should focus the challenges. We should focus on the first, on one pillar more than others. I'll start with the algorithms. The algorithms, artificial intelligence algorithms, are usually nature-inspired, and they've been around for a long time now. They started with ant colonies, genetic algorithms, simulating annealing algorithms, neural network. So they are more or less well known. The challenges is to implement them correctly, but that's a software issue, almost a software issue. Any model that works to solve a given problem is published into the academia, into the industry. There is little room for improvement. There are a lot of room for improvement there, but what I'm saying is not a key. It's not something that I think it poses a real challenge for the growth of artificial intelligence. Whereas data is actually, the data is where it serves to train those algorithms, to give solutions for those models, to actually give solutions to problems. So in my opinion, data is the center, the core of all advances and the real challenge. And in data, there are many, in data I think we should be looking at data quality and data sharing. I think they are the two main topics. For data quality, what is data quality for artificial intelligence? If you look around, Google or whatever, data quality is sometimes well measured by dimensions like, well, it's very good quality data because it's very close to my purpose of my applied artificial intelligence, or is very up to date, or the data source is very reliable, or is well captured and is well maintained, or whatever. But and there are metrics that tells us with quite rigor, yes, that's quality in those terms. But there is a dimension that we're forgetting, and it's fairness. And it's fairness of that data towards quality of that data, towards the fairness of that data, towards minorities, towards people with disabilities, towards women, although we are not a minority, obviously, but towards women, towards any gender, age, whatever. And there is no metric to establish whether a data set that is actually training artificial intelligence for a use case, whatever use case there is, that there is a metric to say, okay, yeah, that's a fair set of data. It's quality data because it's fair. And the other challenge is data sharing. And because if there is no data sharing, there'll be no artificial intelligence that covers lots of use cases that we would like to, for certain, we would like to address. And data sharing is also a difficult challenge here. Do we want to share data? Do we want to do it freely, openly? Do we want to share personal data, with anonymized data? What channels? Can we withdraw my data, although it's anonymized? Can we withdraw my profile? Can I make variations in that data? How those variations really get represented? So data sharing in a federated way, I think, poses a real challenge. And for the last one is use cases. And use cases, of course, we are at the explosion of all use cases for artificial intelligence, and we all feel at risk, insecure, sometimes even with discriminated. But I think there is no way back, that's for certain. We can really go back. And I think the same happened, if you remember, when cybersecurity, when technology came and computers and internet came along. Security was, we all felt the risks of using our credit card or web browsing or whatever. We were always, all the time, going to be attacked, hacked. Nothing was saved. And it was, for a long time, it was on us, the users, that was the responsibility was placed upon. Like, you need to learn about antiviruses and you need to learn about how to navigate in a safe way, and you need to know how to get to your bank account without getting into trouble. Whereas now, is more or less, we feel more or less safe and secure in that environment. We do everything in the internet with no fear of getting real into trouble. Not even e-commerce now represents a threat to us. So I kind of imagine a world in a few years' time when technology actually protects us from the bad uses of intelligence, of artificial intelligence. So we will be told whether a picture is fake, whether a voice is being cloned, whether a piece of news is not legitimate, it's not real. We would be told when we've been profiled or by this or that other technologies. So I think there is a world of opportunities for this industry to grow into, with knowing that in a few years we'll be protected.
So thanks a lot, Almudena, and thanks for sharing with us, like these three main pillars: data quality, data sharing, and the case studies, and maybe really the need for benchmarking and metrics to make sure that AI systems that are being implemented are really inclusive and taking into account minorities, women, and other collectives. So thanks for that. And now I would like to turn to our next speaker. He's Daniel Casas, and he works at the European Disability Forum, and is an organization really dedicated to promote, as you were mentioning, the rights and inclusion of people with disabilities. How do you view the potential benefits and challenges of AI for this community?
Thanks. I'll try to be brief and not to rush at the same time. So I guess, we've seen these over the panels and presentations during this conference, that there's a huge potential for technology to enhance the autonomy and independence of persons with disabilities. The United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities is one of the first human rights treaties that gives access to technology the category almost of a human right. The UN Special Rapporteur had a report on artificial intelligence and highlighted this potential. And in all the work that we do, we see that there's something really good and interesting going on that can really make a change. What's really interesting about artificial intelligence and when accessibility is embedded to it is that all those features are also part of mainstream products and services that we use on our daily life. It's not a separate device that we use, something that we carry with us, that is normalized, that we can find anywhere like in the world and install it. So also there's a really potential on it, but I have to say also that there's some concerns that we have at the same time. For us here that we work on accessibility and technology, we all can be on the same page on why artificial intelligence is an enabler, but if we take a look at the bigger picture and how society understands AI, then I have some concerns. So the first one is that artificial intelligence alone is not the solution to accessibility, because when we were discussing here, we did not say we cannot guarantee accessibility because we don't have the technology. We said we cannot guarantee it because we don't have any awareness, we don't have training. Part of our work is not to say you have to implement this solution, is to convince people to implement accessible solutions that already exist, but that they need to implement. So if we think that AI will change certain mindsets, I'm not that confident on that. So this is the first thing that I wanted to raise, and I think that it's important. So we need to really see that there's a huge potential, but that there's a transformation in mindset in society in general when it comes to accessibility that still needs to take place, and that AI per se will not solve. The second thing is that for many businesses and companies and society in general, using AI is basically, in most cases, to reduce costs and increase efficiency of processes, which is, of course, really necessary. But the main goal is not always to improve the user experience. There was a really interesting report published by the OECD on employment and AI that highlighted really good practices and tools that can be used to really ensure that persons with disabilities can participate in the labor market. But there were some things that were highlighting, is like that the AI solutions for these specific cases were not receiving enough funding, that there were not enough professionals on the AI field who wanted to work on that. Sometimes developing good AI solutions for persons with disabilities will require resources and money, and we don't know if the market is ready yet going to support these efforts. So it's another thing that I wanted to highlight. And the third point also is that the positive potential of AI for persons with disabilities, which is clear and I think it's undeniable, should not divert the attention also from the challenges that exist in mainstream AI, that there's new barriers being created and that can create further discrimination. I can give a personal example, which I think it's kind of applicable. So my credit card got blocked. I live in Belgium, so I wanted to go to the bank to get it unblocked, and they said, we cannot do it, you just need to call a phone number. They used to do it in the past, but now they changed it, and I said, okay, I'm gonna call. So there was not a person there, but there was a robot first saying, okay, press 1, press 2, and they said, okay, describe your problem, and then on the basis of the problem you described, we'll give you the solution. So I speak French, but I have an accent. So the technology that was analyzing my problem basically got everything wrong. And I tried for a long time to say, okay, I just want to unblock my card, what can I do? So the algorithm was, in that case, was not really understanding what I was saying, and this could happen to me as a foreign person, but also a person who has a speech impairment, that has an algorithm that does not read, and here we're talking about accessibility in mainstream technology. Because it's really good to have specific devices that can really support inclusion, and we need them. But if we're not taking into account the bigger picture and how all the new products that all citizens are using, and we ensure that they are inclusive there, we can have a problem. And this is one of the barriers that I wanted to mention, and there's many more. And the last thing is that AI for persons with disabilities should help to make life better. And we need to understand that in some cases, the digital solutions will be really positive, but in some cases, and this is the example of the bank, a person will prefer to have physical contact. I don't want to draw like a kind of a bleak image. I think that we all agree that there's many positive things about it, but I think it was interesting to bring this perspective. There's also the issue of discrimination, but I think there's other colleagues who will talk about it. So these are the main issues. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. And Danielle, to continue with you, I would like to ask you about the way forward for responsible use of AI, especially when it comes to people with disabilities.
I mean, here there's, I mean, as part of our work and like we're representing together with other organizations, persons with disabilities, when it comes to accessibility, our experience has told us that legislation, standards, and regulation is important as a starting point. I think that sometimes leaving to the market to regulate itself in certain cases does not work, and we've seen how, I mean, that was the case in the US with the legislation on accessibility that really made a change. This is not enough because you can comply with the legislation and a standard and not having a usable product, and it was, and as it has been said, so there needs to be a change in mindset on really understanding accessibility as a process that needs to exist at all the time to really reflect on how you're designing a product, a service, how it affects the user to engage with persons with disabilities. This is also key because, as it had said, there's this expertise of lived experience. And when any product is being designed or service, you really ensure that this is done in the most accessible and inclusive way. And there's many good practices. There's many companies who do this, and others that don't. So this is an area. And also when it comes to AI, also my proposal is that there needs to be proper testing. So when there's an application being developed, so there's a certain level of saying, okay, how inclusive is this solution, how it works, and also is this really what we really want to achieve or not? So there needs to be more control and decide, and also transparency on the way these technologies are being developed, access to the data, having diverse data. This is also really important. So these are some general ideas.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Danielle. Like really, like to make user experience at the core of the solutions is very important. Like to build inclusive, like truly inclusive data sets, especially when it comes to mainstream services. Like all of this, I think we're going to have more like during the panel discussion. So now I would like to turn as well to one of our online speakers. So I would like to give the floor to Maria Ignacia. How do you think the development and deployment of AI technologies should be guided to ensure that it aligns with the principles, like with the disability rights, promoting inclusivity and avoiding unintended biases or discriminatory outcomes? A bit, like following what Danielle was mentioning.
Yes, of course. Thank you so much for the question. I would like to express my views on 8 points, which I tried to decrease the number, but I believe all of them are important. So I hope you bear with me. So the first one is, of course, in order to ensure inclusion, we need to create with inclusive design in mind since the beginning. No, as it was mentioned also in the introduction, we should not need to solve accessibility after a technology is designed, but rather design it with accessibility in mind. And for this, it is absolutely necessary, and this I'm going to the next point, it's the collaboration with persons with disabilities, which would be also users. We're not speaking solely about solutions that are designed for persons with disabilities, but also regular solutions, just as Danielle was mentioning just now, that could also be potentially used by persons with disabilities. So the collaboration with persons with disabilities, as well as disability advocacy groups such as the EDF or many more that are around the world, is fundamental in order to ensure representation of certain groups that will be users of these technologies, but also to ensure that the testing is done right. Now that the testing includes these perspectives and point of views that are so necessary to ensure inclusion. But as it was also mentioned, we cannot expect for the market to solve itself or to solve everything. We need to press for standards and regulations that guide the market in the direction that we need it to be guided. Now, so this is where we would need to not only establish accessibility standards and regulations for AI-based solutions, but also follow the ones that already exist, such as the WCAG standards for web accessibility, for example. And we should also, in our perspective, ensure that that advocacy from disability groups and representatives is present at the policymakers' arena. Otherwise, these opinions, these points of view that are necessary to ensure inclusion will not be heard and will not be present. So in order to ensure inclusion, we need to include all people, no? It sounds a bit obvious, but we know it's not. So we need to push in order to get there.
Exactly.
But also, yeah, of course. Yeah. But also, I would, if we go a bit further from, policy and legislation, we also need to ensure that testing is robust and includes the people that we are trying to include. Now, so we would need to ensure robust testing and validation before these solutions are launched to the public market. And of course, aligned with that, we would need user feedback mechanisms. Of course, if we want to include people, we need to hear how their experiences are. I am not a person with a disability, so I cannot ensure that that a technology is accessible. I can follow all of the guidelines, but I might miss it. It might not be enough. So we need to hear the voices of people that are being impacted by these technologies. So user feedback mechanisms are mandatory, I would say. And of course, we will need training, education, so people can actually know how to use this in the best way possible. Because the technologies are not the solution. Technologies are a means that improve lives of persons with disabilities, but it should not be the end in itself. So in order for them to actually be an asset in the lives of persons with disabilities, we need to train persons with disabilities in how to use them in the best way possible. And last but not least, and I don't want to extend so much because we have a great and big panel, of course, continuous monitoring and auditing of all of the technologies, guidelines, policies that we're developing is fundamental. This is the only way in which we can ensure continuous improvement in what we're doing. So that I would say the main points for us.
So thanks a lot, Maria Ignacia. And now I would like to turn to Georgia, like the founder of Sign Avatar. I think now we're going to talk a bit deaf communities and how your project is enhancing communication accessibility. And there is an increased demand for sign language interpretation. How does your technology specifically address this need, and why it's primarily to empower interpreters rather than replacing them maybe? And as well, there is a significant gap in accessibility when it comes to public places as well. And I think your solution really tackles this specific issue. How and why do you think that this is the case? And what's your, your plans for future to expand your product to really that it's accessible and widely implemented in public spaces?
Yeah, hi once again. Like you mentioned, our goal is not to replace interpreters. I hereby say hello to the two interpreters that have been with us for the last 2 days. I would never want to replace them. So they're valuable as they can be, and our goal is not to replace them, but rather complement them, have them in the places where they couldn't normally be. There are many reasons why they couldn't be there. The first one is there's a national shortage of interpreters everywhere, not just in Spain, not just in Serbia or the US. There's a little of them. I'll give you a short example. In Serbia, there's 40 interpreters, so less than people in this room for the entire country, which is like 100K deaf people. That means you cannot have an interpreter if you wanted to do anything related to medical, anything related to courts, laws, and stuff like that. So you would need interpreters to be there. You don't need interpreters on train stations if they're necessary to be at the doctor's. They really need to be at the doctor's office. But because of that, because there's a national shortage and the technology has gone better, that's why we believe that AI can help us bring interpreters to places where they previously couldn't be. We want to scale them, not replace them. So that's the first thing that I really wanted to address as far as the panel questions asked. But the second thing is what we really wanted to do is how, like, I'll give you a short intro on how our company started. So our grand idea is to enable all content out there in sign language. So imagine playing a video on YouTube and just pressing one button like you're not doing with CC. We want to do the same thing with sign language, and that's the big idea. That will enable education, that will enable content like media, like, you know, having fun and all of that, and we want to enable that in sign language. But that's a really long process, and like what's a big issue with that is the adoption. Many deaf people know about like previous avatar usage for sign language, and the truth is they were just bad. They couldn't represent the nuances of sign language. They couldn't. You really cannot identify as a deaf person to something like that. But now technology has gotten better, and today avatars can and really should capture the nuances of sign language. And that's why we talked to a bunch of deaf people, a bunch of deaf organizations, and we asked them, okay, we have our end goal that is going to be translation of everything or real-time generation, but that's a long way down the road. That's, first of all, really hard to do, and second of all, deaf people wouldn't accept it. And then we were like, yeah, let's try and find a use case where we could really build a system, build a technology that will be able to help them, but also do it in a way where they would, you know, they will find a good use case for it. And that's when we started with transport. So like you mentioned, our first product, I told you about it in the beginning. So now we have all the PA systems in sign language. And that's something that was really well received by the deaf community. Of course, our avatars aren't as good as interpreters, and they probably never will be. But they are good enough, and they can represent a deaf person. That's what the important thing is, especially among the younger generation. So after our first survey, after our first implementation, we did a nationwide, let's say, survey among deaf communities, and we got 85% positive results, which is the thing. So a really cool thing for us is that all the negative reviews were among a little bit older people. That's what the future gives us, and that's why we want to implement this and, you know, help the younger generations who thrive in technology to basically, you know, have everything accessible for them.
Okay, that's amazing. Okay, thanks a lot. So now, since we are a bit short of time, I'm going to turn to Carlos Duarte, and basically a bit following what we were saying, that we want human augmentation rather than replacement. In particular, in the context of digital accessibility, how can we achieve this balance and foster a collaborative relationship between humans and AI to create a more equitable digital landscape for all? And a bit as well, like how, like really, how can we make this like harnessing the AI capabilities while mitigating potential pitfalls?
Yeah, those are two questions. Those are two questions, and I will try to be brief, but it's challenging to do it. I probably would need an AI system to summarize my response. But yeah, let's start with the first perspective of augmenting human, and I think that's probably something that would make us a lot more comfortable with AI, instead of looking at AI as replacing humans, having AI augmenting human capabilities. And I think everyone can relate with a non-disability related example. In reaching a diagnosis, then that's okay. It's a tool. It could be an AI-based system that looks at an X-ray, for instance, or a CT scan and detects something there that might have evaded the doctor. So that's one way that AI can be augmenting human capabilities instead of replacing humans. And we can take this also for the accessibility for the assistive technology fields. In fact, there are a lot of, I wouldn't say a lot, but there are products starting to appear. There are, I won't name brands, but most of you probably are aware that there are already applications that you can use to describe an environment around you, which is really useful for blind people. We've seen yesterday during the pitch addressing people with speech disabilities, with deaf people. So there are a lot of things out there already that can augment your abilities. And to try to shorten this, moving a bit on to how can we harness this without falling into the pitfalls that AI can bring. And I think here I'm going to start quickly by addressing one of the issues that Almudena has raised, which is fairness, data fairness. So that is definitely important because this is all related to ethical development of AI, right? And if the examples that we've seen yesterday during the pitch and those uses of AI as assistive technology, they don't really suffer from this issue, right? Because they use data from users with disabilities. They're addressing a problem of users with disabilities. But those aren't going to be the major developments in AI. They aren't going to be the major products. And those products, for those, it's important to ensure data fairness. It's ensure that data is representative of all potential users. And so that the system isn't biased against a user. And this can have terrible consequences. I don't know if you remember, but there was this very public situation of an autonomous driving vehicle that ran over a user on a wheelchair, a person on a wheelchair, right? That was crossing the road because a person on a wheelchair wasn't recognized as a pedestrian. So the car just didn't stop. There was nothing there. And so this is an example of how it's really important to have representative data. And shouldn't be the amount of data shouldn't replicate exactly the percentage of people with specific abilities, right? We need the data to consider equally all abilities, okay? And also related to how can we harness this? And here I'm going to focus specifically on what is the current trend. AI is a huge field, and it's not new in any way. More than 50 years. Almudena has mentioned some of the topics, but currently it's large language models that have all the spotlights. And these models, they do create an issue, and this kind of AI models, it's that they can't explain how they come to a decision. So it's really hard to trust them if they can't explain how they come to a decision. So if you hire an expert, you expect that expert to be able to tell you how it came to a conclusion. Those models can't do it. Inclusive researchers are developing AI models to explain the conclusions of other AI models. So we can get into a loop of AI trying to explain AI. But at least we can try to ensure transparency of those models. If we clearly state on which data, that's the minimum that we can do, on which data was this model trained, so that we can better understand what to expect from it. Very quickly, another two issues. Security of the data, that's really important also to ensure trust in the models. So for transparency, we also need to explain how do we capture data, how do we secure the data so that people are more comfortable in using it. And a very important one, accountability. This is something that it's really not well defined nowadays. So when a model makes a mistake, who is accountable? It's the service provider, or is the company that developed that model? So this is really a gray area now. And to finalize, we've all mentioned about the importance of involving people with disabilities in the process, but I want to highlight something, and this is following this morning panels. It's about education and training, really. So a very quick show of hands. Who in this room works, and excluding people that presented yesterday, that pitched yesterday, who works with AI? Okay, about 10 people or something. So everyone else, we don't need to create awareness. So those 10 people here are probably aware of the importance of accessibility. But AI scientists, AI practitioners, they very likely nowhere in their training, on their education, add any input about accessibility. So we're seeing that currently with computer scientists, programmers. So we were just discussing this morning. So it's really, really essential that AI and accessibility are part of computer science curricula, for instance, because every computer science curricula nowadays includes topics in AI, but they don't in accessibility. So this might be already an opportunity, because I have experience of making or taking part on AI, on accessibility courses that couldn't find people interested in. So if we mix AI and accessibility, and since AI is really an odd word nowadays, perhaps we can bring people into accessibility through AI.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's really fascinating, and we could, like talk for hours, but I need to move to our next speaker, of course. I mean, it's like a big panel of 7 speakers, so that's why. And I would like to give the floor to Paulina. I would like to ask her, she's like working with people with hearing loss, and I would like to ask you about which is the concrete impact you think about AI having with people with hearing loss, and especially how we have been talking already about inclusivity, but especially inclusivity and accessibility in this specific field of people with hearing loss. The floor is yours, Paulina.
Okay, thank you for this question. So for sure, the AI has potential to enhance accessibility for individuals with disabilities, not only with people with deaf and hard of hearing, but I would like to focus mostly on people with the hearing loss. So one significant area where artificial intelligence can make a difference for people with a hearing loss, but of course not only, is in speech-to-text technologies, which are an increasingly available feature on platforms like Zoom, Microsoft Teams, Google Meets, or even in smartphone applications that generate live text, like live transcript. And this is, of course, an essential tool for everyone with hearing problems, but not only, including me, because we as a people with hearing disability, we are that we need a visual support from what is happening in the society. And also advanced AI-driven transcription services can provide real-time captions, making information more accessible in various settings where human captioning is not possible because of, for example, financial reasons or the emerging need that is happening right now. So when we are in a public place, when we meet someone on the street and that person needs to ask us about something, this is not possible to use human captioning at that moment. So that's why automatic captions works perfectly. But of course, there are some limitations that maybe I will have a chance to say more about it. And also, this is not that this only not facilitates better communication, but also promotes inclusivity in social, educational, or professional environments. And this also increasing accuracy of automatic captions in less common languages. It happens also, such as in my example, the Polish language, because I have experience of using automatic captions in Polish, so I can give as an example. So then comes to automatic captions in those languages is, of course, undoubtedly a step forward. And this was particularly seen in remote education and work, of course, during the pandemic, because in an instant, we as a hard of hearing community, we had to adapt to the situation and somehow get access to information. So it happened through the automatic captions because there was a lack of human captions. So this is one of those positive aspects and impacts that it generates for hard of hearing community. Also, secondly, the AI has the capability to customize experiences based on individual preferences. Because I am working within the educational environment too, so I could give an example as in educational settings, for example, adaptive learning platforms that uses AI can cater to diverse learning styles, including those of students with disabilities too. So these platforms can adjust content, presentation, provide visual aids, and also can offer like real-time feedback, fostering an inclusive and effective learning environment. And also, it is worth mentioning about the AI-powered hearing aids, cochlear implants, and any kind of assistive listening devices, as they can be tailored to individual preferences, so that amplify specific sounds or voices while minimizing background noise. But of course, there are again some limitations. But this means also that it ensures a more personalized and effective experience for users with different degrees of hearing loss, because I have to mention this, that people with hearing loss, they may have like different degrees of hearing loss, which causes like a complexity, that the problem arises around making like accessible for everybody that has different experiences. Yeah, so I don't know if I have time to say more about the challenges and pitfalls.
I think we are a bit short.
Yeah, I
short
don't
on
have.
time.
Okay.
Yeah, but maybe then, like in the wrap up, I'm gonna mention some of the challenges, and for sure we're gonna like further the discussion, because I think just this panel could take a few hours. So I think I would like to turn to our last speaker today, Miguel Angel. So we have been talking really about how AI can effectively contribute to accessibility, and as well, like really how we can see AI like having a real impact in our lives. You know, that it's not, that it's like really a use case that we have on our daily lives, like rather that's something that we told, but we cannot see and experiment ourselves.
Thanks a lot. As we are running out of time, I'm just going to share very briefly my own use case. I started working on ICT with children with disabilities in the 1995, and our mission in the neonatology unit of Hospital San Carlos of Madrid was the early detection of disabilities, and this was very hard because children, very low-age children, the newborns, may have visual disabilities, hearing disabilities, cognitive or motor disabilities, and this is very hard to be early detect, to take into account accessibility opportunities and the right to develop, to play, to learn, and so on. On that, we started building the first information systems, ICTs, in the middle 90s, and we started to thought about neural networks and artificial intelligence techniques because we had a huge amount of data, and the doctors, the psychologists were not possible to monitor so big amounts of data. And this is why artificial intelligence started to be useful, because we were able to establish some kind of automatic correlations in the development of each child with the other children, so that we could take into account some kind of accessibility and learning opportunities. artificial intelligence went more and more, solutions start to be cheaper and cheaper, web pages came, and we gave the opportunity to the parents to be able to monitor the children according to these learning models based on semantic models, ontologies, other techniques, so that the system was going to be able to give us more information about the expected possibilities of participate. Toys come to the stage, and as children with disabilities also have the right to play, we try to customize and to make advice on accessible toys so that the children could also play and enjoy living and learning and so on. And artificial intelligence again came to a stage, because how do you discover barriers in accessibility? Through interaction. As children maybe could not interact as we expected with the single toys, we need accessible toys, but we start to build smart toys so that the toys can measure how the children interact with them in visual, hearing, and physical interaction, even cognitive, as toys can speak. And right now, we are using artificial intelligence for early detection of potential disorders in the neurodevelopment, thanks to the interaction of lack of interaction. This artificial intelligence is private because we are betting on local reasoning. Is also low cost because we are using single electronic devices and 3D printing, and we are being able to infer new knowledge because the knowledge about the development and the accessibility needs in the children when they grow from 0 to 6 years old is hard to be acquired because the standard tests are not ready for that yet. So this use case, sorry for explaining it so fast, is applied to everything, because artificial intelligence, in terms of accessibility, can monitor in a private way how we interact with the contents and can provide a personalized accessibility. Accessibility means for all, but not everybody wants the same kind of interaction. And this is a very good opportunity in that sense, because depending on the different multimodal channels to communicate, children, adults, elderly people, the information we are gathering in a private way, that is a huge amount of information that we cannot process by ourselves, can be customized and adapted according to everyone's needs, desires, expectations, and rights to participate in an equal world. So when we talk about ICT for all, artificial intelligence can be a powerful, private, ethical alliate in the way the impact of interaction, participation is got more and more.
So thanks a lot, for summarizing, going so quick. But so I would like now to wrap up this panel. I was counting to have a bit time of Q&A and panel discussion because I think it's fascinating. But I would like to wrap up, really looking into how this panel we have been highlighting that we need useful case studies to increase accessibility, like, for example, Sign Avatar, like ARI and others that you have, all the panelists you have been mentioning, like useful case studies, like for people. Then as well, that we need data fairness, data to ensure the ethical development of AI, and this means inclusive data sets that really take into account all minorities, people with disabilities, female representation and so on, another key point. Accountability as well for when it comes to AI developers and service providers. As well, benchmarking when it comes to ensure that AI algorithms are inclusive with people with disabilities. As well, include people with disabilities in all the discussions, like from early product development. Raise public awareness, because I think there's still a long way to go with this. Testing and validation, I think you were mentioning as a mandatory characteristic when it comes, to develop products that are gonna be used, for the mainstream and are not necessarily just targeted to people with disabilities, but need to have these features and ensure those features. Make the user experience at the center of when those solutions are developed, and ensure that universal design and accessibility are taken into account from the early stages of product development. I would like to thank you, all the panelists, all our esteemed panelists and the audience. I'm sure you have like plenty of questions, and I would like to encourage maybe like after in the networking break, like to join the speakers and ask all the questions you may have and stay connected. Thanks again for having me. And what I would like to mention really briefly is that the ITU is intensively working on the promoting of the use of digital technologies for accessibility. And at the ITUT Study Group 16 on multimedia and digital technologies. So this is the lead group at the ITU Study Groups on human factors and ICT accessibility for digital inclusion. And it works to mainstream the consideration of accessibility when it comes to multimedia standards, technologies, and services. Then as well, and I think that this is the next topic that we're going to have here on the metaverse. We have the ITUT focus group on the metaverse, working as well on accessibility to make this technology like really accessible for everyone, and as well on ITU Study Group 20. And last but not least, of course, a bit of I want to mention that ITU's AI for Good initiative that provides a unique platform to identify these kind of practical applications of AI to advance the SDGs and help scale those solutions for global impact to really help capitalize on the latest advances on AI and machine learning to help solve some of the humanity's bigger challenges, and one of them being to ensure that digital accessibility is at the core of, like when developing like these new technologies, and the people with disabilities are really taking into account in all the process. And I really encourage you to check our AI for Good program online and join us in person for the AI for Global Summit in Geneva next year, 31st May, to learn more about this topic. And I already mentioned it before the start of this session. I think this is just the start. And I would like to welcome all you on board to further the discussion, not only in the networking break, but for many more projects together. So thanks a lot, and looking forward to continue the discussion. Thanks.
Thank you very much to all our esteemed panelists. Now I will start inviting to stage our next session panelists. So first of all, I would like to invite Dr. Pilar Orero, professor at University of Barcelona and also the co-rapporteur. Hello. Can we have a bit of silence, please, because we have the next session right away. Thank you. Okay, we're almost there for the metaverse session, which is the final session of today before closing. So we have Dr. Pilar Orero here. Can I also have Dr. Anna Matamala from University of Barcelona and also the director of AccessCat Network. We also have Dr. Christopher Hughes, director of computer science at Salford University. And next up we have Mr. Renaud Di Francesco, director of Europe Technology Standards Office at Sony. And we have Mr. Ivan Rejon, Vice President of Strategy and Corporate Affairs at Ericsson Spain and Portugal. We have Mr. Morgan Friedrichsen, CEO of Nagun. And finally, last but not least, Mr. Ignacio Pose, Business Development Manager at Pangenic. So, without further ado, I leave the floor to Dr. Orero for her moderation, and thank you very much, everyone, for joining.
Thank you very much. The session today, well, first of all, I would like to thank Fundación ONCE for inviting us to be here, and ITU for organizing this fantastic event, so thank you very much. And also to give the floor to the metaverse, because though it is a bit sort of science fiction, what is the metaverse, it is something that, as Carlo Duarte said before, if we don't make the metaverse accessible by design straight away, it's going to happen what happened with the internet. So that's why we just running very much to make sure that the metaverse is accessible. First of all, I would like to give you the definition of what is the metaverse, and it's a novelty. It was approved last week. So the metaverse in ITU. So the metaverse for ITU is a virtual world involving integrative and unified ecosystem, which is based on networks and enhanced reality systems. It offers immersive experiences to participants during their digital and synchronous interactions, and new value generation opportunities to organizations of participants in the virtual world. So as you can understand, very much for the ITU and for Europe, the metaverse is citizen-centered. And if it is the citizen-centered, it must be accessible by design. So with this, I would like to start this panel by introducing all of you. And I've asked each of them to think of an example of the metaverse, because to me, one of the problems that we have is that none of us really can pinpoint what is the metaverse for us. So what is the metaverse for us? So yes, Nacho. Well, first of all, who are you? And then give me a definition of, or an example of the metaverse for you.
Absolutely. Well, my name is Ignacio. I actually come from an economics, not really linked to the technology side of the quest. And, well, to start from, I represent a company called Panjanic. We are actually venturing into private AI, but at the very same time, we're working for the last 5 years into natural language processing. So we developed our models, basically focus mainly on translation, but of course, given the latest developments, of course, we have to venture into a whole different spectrum of services. And yeah, private AI it's basically what we put the focus over the last, I'd say, years since the eruption of GPT, right? So when it comes to the metaverse, given my background, I would actually say that the definition, of course, we got it there, it's already set, but we have to let a little bit the market tell us what it'll be. Probably it's a definition that we'll get to the full extent in, I don't know, maybe 5 or 10 years. And we're lucky enough over here in Europe that basically we got a regulatory framework to actually define, or at the very least, tell us where to build from. It probably will cap a little bit the growth or the fast development of it, but at the very same time, it will give us the possibility of developing from an ethical point of view. And yeah, I mean, I know when it comes to panels, normally people expect for presenters to go a little bit wild, but yeah, I got to be really conservative about definition, because it's still too early, and we have to let the market tell us a little bit where it's actually going to go. About examples, well, as I tell you, from a translation point of view, which is basically where I work with at the time. Well, we've got AI systems. We've seen it like last week with the presentation of Gemini, where it's already recognizing not just speech models, but also images. So at the very same time, we already have the possibility of checking into information that a computer is actually seeing towards the creation of content, the creation of translation in this case, that would actually give us a definition or, definition of the environment that we're actually surrounded through. So yeah, basically that would be the first use case that we can actually look into.
Okay. Morgan?
Yeah, first of all, I don't agree with the definition of the ITU, of course. That's a given. I think it's a bit narrow. Why all the focus on only virtual? So we have this idea that metaverse is virtual reality, and we experience it. But naturally, the person who is in this virtual reality needs to control his environment of it, and all of a sudden we have the real world imposing on the metaverse, right? Also, I should tell you who I am. So I'm the CEO of Nagoon, and I'm sort of a jack of all trades in these types of environments. I used to work with films and then founded a game development company. So I've worked with developing these 3D engines that we use to build these types of things. And then from that, I moved on to doing natural language development and dialogue systems, and then on to situated dialogue systems, and then on to doing sort of this trying to solve the problem of fusing the digital and the physical world in different ways. That's sort of the interest for me here also. How do you get the physical world around this virtual or augmented world to make sense to whatever system is driving this virtual world, right? So anything that is augmented, virtual, or in some sense is a more immersive internet, I guess. It gets wider and wider, of course, but it's basically trying to get this information or this internet to be experienced in a way that is natural for us as persons. That's sort of it. If we experience it through our eyes or through our ears or however, our hands, then we're going towards this metaverse.
Can you give me an example of a metaverse? A concrete example of a metaverse?
Well,
because up to now, they must be thinking, what is a metaverse?
Yeah, of course you have all of the different Facebook ones, or the Sony one that was basically the same like 15 years earlier, and just as nice looking actually, but not as popular. But one that is actually working and is not considered a metaverse is the Pokemon communities, not the game in itself, the people who are around this game, or any type of computer game where people are actually playing with each other in there. Right?
Thank you very much. Since he mentioned Sony, I think Renaud, is your turn.
Okay.
Who are you?
Yes, I'm Renaud Di Francesco. I happen to work for a company, Sony, which is a sector member of the ITU. So thank you to the ITU, and thank you to the Spanish Presidency. Thank you to Fundación ONCE. We are very honored to be part of this big move towards accessibility in general. So I'd like to start with this. My CEO at Sony is committed personally and company-wise to accessibility. It makes my job easy. We started in 2007 on accessibility under the Portuguese presidency of the European Union. Now this is the Spanish presidency. We stay in Iberia. So very good for this region of Europe, where accessibility was triggered and where accessibility is now caught up. And there is Fundación ONCE with its European Accessibility Centre now to be located here. That's great. Now accessibility is a matter which will stay in whatever we do. And we at Sony, we can say two things about the metaverse, to be specific today. So the metaverse, question mark. Answer, immersive experience. Beyond that, it's difficult to say anything else. Well, I'll give two examples. I'll be very concrete and I'll stop there after those two examples. One is the 3D rendering of an audio image. When you listen to a concert in a concert room, when you are next to interpreters of music, singers, musicians, it's a 3D rendering and you are immersed in the music. It's not flat, it's immersive. So we have devices today in the market which are providing you with a 3D rendering in your listening room, which is your living room, which is your kitchen, wherever. And how do we do that? It's because technology has progressed. It's not linear, it's not just 2D, it's 3D. We sense the room and we create a 3D field in the room. At every point in the 3D space, we can compute the audio and we can render it, of course, not analytically in every point, but we give the impression that it's done everywhere around you. The second one is also obvious and known to every one of you. It's navigating a universe, typically in gaming. We have to recognize de facto there is a metaverse which is called gaming. And actually, it was taken up already as a use case of ultra-reliable low-latency communications. Sorry to use an acronym. This is 3GPP. 3GPP and ITU work together on mobile, so it's not terra incognita for ITU. This was a use case set as a goal for the 5th generation of communication, which is being rolled out today. And so 3GPP use case navigating a universe of gaming with a head-mounted display. And you needed to do that in real time. So audio, gaming, those are two cases present today. I'll stop here.
Thank you very much, because actually we always think of the metaverse very much in the visual cues and not with the audio, because it's not there. So thank you for that example, because I think it's fantastic. Ivan, do you want to?
Yeah. Absolutely. So my name is Ivan Rejon. I'm the head of strategy and public affairs for Ericsson in Spain and Portugal, and very happy to be here. And I would like to agree with you, because I think you made a very valid point. When there is no lack of definitions when it comes to the metaverse, right? So I think, at least for me, this is blending physical and virtual experiences. When it comes to Ericsson, we have maybe a more limited view because of our business, and I will elaborate on that later. We think that to provide these experiences, we need virtual reality, augmented reality, mixed reality. And then talking about accessibility, and you mentioned some important components, we think that connectivity is absolutely key, right? Otherwise, there is no accessibility, even though obviously accessibility can have different angles. During the previous presentation, I had the chance just to have a view at the network performance here in this room. And according to the test, the download speed is below 20 megabits per second. Upload speed, which is critical for augmented reality, is less than 10 megabits per second, and latency is unacceptable 100 milliseconds. So the metaverse will be, independently of the definition, would be absolutely impossible here. Saying that, examples from people in their 40s and 50s like me, the metaverse could be Second Life. I remember I created my avatar in Second Life maybe 15 years ago. Maybe he's still alive, right? Another version, maybe not that sophisticated, is Pokemon Go, and all these communities. But also, if you think carefully, Bitcoin is a metaverse, because it has all the ingredients: a persistent model, blending physical and virtual worlds, very limited also, obviously, to economic flows and making money and paying stuff and all these things. But this is a version of the metaverse.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for this terrible news that connectivity is going to. Chris Hughes, you're next.
Fabulous. It's always difficult going after quite so many impressive people that have already got all the good ideas, but I'll certainly give it my best shot. So hi, I'm Chris Hughes. I'm Director of Computer Science and Engineering at Salford University, but at heart I am a computer scientist and a technologist. I like to build things, so I'll put everything out there now and say I'm not an accessibility expert, I'm not a standards expert, I'm a computer scientist that's really good at kind of taking ideas that people have on paper and turning it into a working demo so we can actually try it. To me, I think this is a really interesting conversation already, and I wanted to pick up on a few points that had already been mentioned. The first thing that I thought was really interesting was when Pilar was referring to it as a metaverse, whereas generally in the world we tend to talk about the metaverse. And fundamentally, I think that's wrong, because actually the metaverse is it's a great kind of pool of ideas and concepts, but there's no kind of, it's not a place you can go to. It doesn't really just kind of exist. We can't go there. We've just got different kind of implementations and different ideas about how we might be able to put these things together. And I also wanted to build on a few of the ideas that have kind of been mentioned already. So I think defining the metaverse is really difficult. And I thought it was really interesting, actually, that the ITU now have a definition that I hadn't actually come across.
It's only from last week, eh?
From last week. And like everyone...
Last Thursday.
Yes, yeah, so I'm always a bit behind the times. But it does sound a little bit flawed. And to me, I wanted to pick up on some of the things that were important to me about what the metaverse means. Firstly, it's about collaboration for me, and I'm not sure this has really been mentioned yet. It's not about an individual experience, it's about being able to interact with other people and use whatever the technology is, whatever the environment is, to be able to collaborate, work with other people, interact, socialize, and those kind of things. And my other real bugbear that I'm going to kind of put on the table at this point is, if we're going to use the metaverse for something, there has to be an advantage over being IRL, if I'm down with the kids, in the real world. I mean, it would be absolutely pointless. I find myself at work sometimes when we're on Teams, Zoom call meetings, and I realise that each of us is sat in a different meeting room, all on the same meeting, just sat behind our laptops. And you suddenly realise that this is fairly synonymous with the idea that actually, let's all just sit in the same room in the real world is a better experience. So whatever we're doing with the metaverse, it has to provide an advantage over what we've already got, to me. And obviously, we can probably imagine that being able to be remote, be able to collaborate, engage with people from a distance, it adds a lot of value. I'm going to wrap up this little bit with my idea of what a metaverse might look like. And so, being a technologist and a computer scientist, I kind of come from the background of virtual reality, and that's the world that I kind of live in. And going from virtual reality, adding the collaboration, adding the interaction, is kind of where I feel like the metaverse came from. It's kind of unfortunate someone's already mentioned Second Life, because that was the example I was going to jump on to say that actually that was pretty good as a first implementation of this kind of thing. But actually, I can go one better and say, well, obviously that's been replaced by Sansa now, which is still living and thriving. But it's built for entertainment. It was built for kind of the next generation of the internet, where instead of just being able to chat to people, you could interact in some kind of physical kind of layout and location. And yeah, to me, that is quite a good example.
Thank you, Chris. And Anna.
It's my turn. I'm Anna Matamala. I'm the Transmedia Catalonia main researcher. That's a research group at the Autonomous University of Barcelona, working on accessible communication. And I'm also the director of the AccessCat network. We are 15 research groups in Catalonia, working on accessibility to information and communication. And we give support to the groups to transfer knowledge to society, to transfer our research. So I could say that everything has been said, but I'm not a technologist. I don't have a clue about technology, well, a little bit, but I'm not an expert in that. So when I imagine the metaverse, I like to take a user perspective. So when I imagine a metaverse or this virtual immersive world, what I want, and that's a vision, it's a place where I can access easily, please, let's make it easier, where I can personalize and customize my choices. So this is the way I want to move, to interact in this immersive experience. A place where I can choose an avatar, for instance, and represent myself in the way I want, with certain physical features, with certain personal features. I choose my representation. It's a place where I want to navigate freely, and that means navigating in different ways, where I want to interact, and I repeat what Chris was saying, I want to interact, I want to communicate in my language and in alternative formats, and where I can interact in multiple tasks. So I don't know if that's the metaverse, but I would like the metaverse to be like that. And coming from an educational background, I can imagine quite easily an educational metaverse. A place, for instance, where I could go and I could learn languages. That's an example, where I can interact with people from other countries, from other cultures, in different ways. So I would love to do that, for instance. So I don't know if that's what you were asking. It's not a very technical definition, but I think that's what I would like the metaverse to be.
Thank you. I hope more or less you understand what is the metaverse or where we're going. A very strange example. I'm leading the accessibility in the metaverse at ITU in the work group 8. And one of the things that we have to do there is to try to, when they develop in work group 2 the use cases, what I am doing is going through all the use cases and add accessibility, because to me accessibility is horizontal, add to any use case accessibility. And the strangest use case that I had to accessibility in a metaverse was the air conditioning system. The air conditioning system takes the heat from us and brings us back, the heat that we need according to our needs. So I thought that it was very strange that air conditioning could be a metaverse. But apparently it is, because it is user-centric. It takes the body heat of not us, but all of us together, and it adjusts itself according to our body heat. And that is a metaverse as well. So just to make it more complex or more confusing, there is an example of what ITU considers to be a metaverse, an air conditioning system. Anyway, something interesting in Europe, now that we are in Europe, is that they have a definition beyond the metaverse that is called the cityverse. The cityverse is not to do with cities, but it's to do with citizens. So for Europe, the metaverse is user-centric. And for me, because we live in Europe, one of the most, definition of European is that we speak different languages and that we have different cultures, and that is the unified, we are unified in diversity, as they tell us. So my first question is for Nacho, because you are from a company, a translation company, and you are working with LLMs. LLMs is large language models, ChatGPT. Do you think that communication in the metaverse, imagine that I am a human and I am represented by an avatar, so me, yes, I'm talking to an avatar, that could be you in the metaverse. But I speak to myself, and then my avatar would speak not to you, but to your avatar, okay? There we go. So, can I speak in Catalan to Renaud, who would speak in?
Benvingut.
Well, we've done it. Do you think it would be possible to have languages and languages and language modalities in the metaverse in the future? Is that impossible?
Definitely not. I mean, if you asked me a year ago, perhaps the pipeline that it actually got for translation or for interpretation was just too long and difficult to get, because we actually heard a speech, we would actually have to transcribe that speech, make a machine translation. If we actually wanted a quality translation of that, we would have to go a human revision, and then from that, we would actually have to take a web system to make synthetic voice that you would hear it on the destination language. That's just too long. It would take us too much time, and that immersive perspective that we actually want to give would get lost in the way. So a year ago, that would be, I wouldn't say impossible, just difficult and not really cool and nice. Now, as I said before, from last year, basically a year ago, we found this little thing that was ChatGPT, and all the large language models that actually came along. And this process has been just reduced by, I don't know, maybe 80%. the times are significantly lower because we actually not getting the full grasp of the machine translation neural network models that we're working with. But generative AI will make quality content that would actually could replicate immediately. It has the capacity to interpret what it's getting, and it has the capacity to generate immediately what it gets from that. So the pipeline has shortened like significantly and very low. So yeah, definitely to your question, I would say communication in that scenario could actually be nice and easy. Now, that's a short answer. What's the challenge that we have? We're having difficulties at the moment to actually get quality data to make simple machine translation models from Spanish to English, which is basically one of the combinations we encounter every single day, one of the most common because it's two of the most spoken languages in the world. We have difficulties getting quality data for that. There's just too much data, but it's not curated. It hasn't been properly annotated. Now, imagine when it gets to sign language, for instance. There's almost no data. And if there is, it's just not quality. It's not good enough. So the challenge, and when will we get to that situation where it's actually fluent, nice and easy to have a communication in the metaverse between two people speaking different languages, will be when we manage to get quality data. How do we get that? Well, first of all, when demand, unfortunately, will set the way on that mainly, but we need regulation because demand will not pose the significancy of some combinations that we need to tackle, given, for example, sign language to Spanish, for instance. So when we get to that point, of course, regulation will be key. And yeah, having the proper platforms to actually annotate the data that will give us those quality models.
Fantastic, because that takes me to, in the previous panel, there was this gentleman who was talking about the avatar in sign language. But then, Morgan, you are an expert in crazy things, like, for example, the interaction of humans with objects, the interaction. So I was thinking, how would be the sign language interaction, not of Renaud and myself, but of my avatar with Renaud avatar, or with an avatar and an object? Is that possible? How do you see it, this interaction, not by language, which we know that it can be done. The language is easy, yeah? Okay, with language we've done it. How about the sign language?
Okay, not considering the solution of a lingua franca, just sending...
We don't consider that because we believe in languages, right? Small and large. No.
Okay. Well, the interesting thing, and then I go back to the previous speaker, that was actually, we have a lack of data. It's true, but what's happened with all of these models is also that the transcription, the quality transcription of data has been, it's so much easier, so much cheaper. So you can do good transcription of sound data in maybe like at the 50th of the cost. I think it's a bigger factor in gesture data. If you have some sort of a motion lab, and then you can add some stuff on top of that, you can go from producing like 10 hours in a month to producing hundreds of hours and then transcribing it relatively cheaply. So this is going to happen fast, and you can also do it. We're also working with semi-autonomous vehicles, so there are some interesting things there as well. What we're doing there also is not all of the data is from real world situations. A lot of the data is from simulated situations. And you can do the same with these types of, in these types of situations. So it might not be there today, but it's going to be there soon. And I might have to eat these words, but I'm saying like 2 or 3 years, something like that.
Then, thank you, Morgan. But then that takes me, so this is fantastic. We have the language communication solved, so the metaverse could be now accessible in languages, no problem. Also in 3 years' time, by beyond, yeah. The next thing is that, is the industry, the manufacturing industry, going to catch up and develop what we need to interact and because clearly all this is the architecture, but beyond the architecture, you would need the devices. And are the devices going to be there?
On the examples I gave, they are already there. So
wow.
The questions are more on the usability point of view. And let me take you back to the era which some of you, as old as me, remember when we had the first generation of intelligent washing machines, which were like 2001, A Space Odyssey. You didn't know which button meant what. It was too complex, too many choices, which make it not usable. Then there was a second phase where the exploration had led to a reduction of the essential functions, and then people had only the buttons they needed. So my question to you is, what do you need? You users, European Disability Forum, ONCE, RNIB, all these NGOs, as they are categorized, but I would rather say user organizations. What do you need? For instance, simple question, subtitles in the metaverse, in a 3D space, where do I put the subtitles? Isn't there a risk that the subtitles are put behind an object and I can't see them? Or is my gaze followed to the point that maybe the subtitle is positioned where I need them to be? I'm sorry, Pilar, this is a question I asked to you and to Carlos in the past. They remember immersive accessibility is not an easy problem. We need to address it. So what I said for positioning in space, the subtitles, it's the same for audio description. You have a 3D audio. Isn't it confusing that I put the audio description far in your back or far in front or on the left or on the right? It's for the users to tell us. For that type of content, imagine this is a storytelling in the fashion of a game, but you move to a place and then you have a first story, you move to a second place, you get a second story. So you might want to have a guidance from going to A to B. How do you want your guidance to take place? It's like today, a flat thing which you have on your smartphone, but now it's becoming something embedded in a 3D space, which is a virtual space potentially, but merging real and synthetic experience. So it's for the users to tell us how they want to be guided from point A to point B, and then do they want to have the audio in the back and where? And this needs a huge experiment, which is not huge in quantity, but needs to involve users. And that's why we welcome this location, Fundación ONCE, where you will have the Accessibility Center for Europe. That's great to have, because we know where to look for when we need information about what will it mean to have an accessible metaverse. And back to the metaverse, maybe there are already two facets of the metaverse which are real today. One is the one I described, which is coming from gaming. Another one has not been mentioned yet. It's the digital twin, which is in the industrial and B2B world, where you create a new city, new buildings in the city, then you have a digital twin. When you want to operate a transport network, a telecom network, and any other functions of the cityverse from the smart city side, then you have a digital twin. And this is also something very active in standardization in ISO IEC JTC1 SC41, to name you the exact standardization body. But this is also a trend. So for professionals and customers interacting, let's say in a telco world or in a telecom transport world, metaverse, you need to have the dialogue defined and the accessibility defined also bearing in mind these specific needs of these people. So I'm sorry, I've been a bit...
No, it's, I mean, I agree with you completely. And in fact, the European Commission has been paying a lot of money to create these big experiments with end users to understand how they like and where the subtitles are or how the subtitles, but I think the person who is going to tell us about that is Chris, because you've been working, well, we've been working on that for the last 5 years.
Yes, and beyond that, I guess, before that. I'm going to start by being slightly controversial, actually, and just pick up on something that was said there. We're in a spatial, immersive environment. So therefore, if something we want to read is behind a person, why don't we just look around? That builds the immersion, and it replicates what the real world is.
Yes, you could be guided to a point where you have visibility or audibility, and you can be also, that's something we do in the real world, where we can really put to zero the audio sound around you. To convince you that we can do that, of course, we have the noise cancellation technology. It's known to everyone. This is also an increased accessibility technology, because noise cancellation, your headphones, which you use in a noisy environment, when you have the washing machine, I use them when I vacuum clean in my home, I use them on an airplane. This is something which gives me a better intelligibility of everything happening around me. And within the noise cancellation happens a 3D processing with a lot of artificial intelligence, if we want to call it that way, and it's already there. So the question is, how do we combine the different pieces which we have? And that's what makes it very interesting, because it's not yet done.
Absolutely, and I know we've strayed away from the question, but this is quite interesting as well. So we will come back to the subtitles. But you see, to me, this is what the metaverse is kind of about. If you're going to be immersed, you have to feel like you're there. However, if we're going to completely replicate the real world, we also then find we bring all the accessibility problems of the real world in. If you don't have the mobility to look around, for example, we have to find other ways to do that. So maybe by being controversial, I was finding a point that is slightly more challenging than that. But the reality is we are trying to create this environment where we can interact with objects, look around, we can understand what's in there, and by being spatially aware of what's around. But I guess it gives us then the ability to add additional accessibility layers, I guess, about mobility and how you move around in that space that maybe wouldn't be possible in the real world. I'll jump back to the actual question, I guess, which was about subtitles. So, I mean, my introduction to the world of accessibility, I guess, comes in the world of subtitling. Before I joined Salford University, I was working for the BBC, and we were playing with virtual reality and 360 video. And as technologists, we were kind of saying there's so many cool things we can do. We could put the caption in the bottom of the screen, or we could tie it to part of the screen, or we could do something creative with it so it becomes part of the scene. And I must admit, when we started playing with all these things, it was very much done from the technologist perspective of, well, this is possible, and so it must be cool because we think it's cool. And I very quickly learned in this world that actually you have to move into a user-centric world, and it's about the users. And it was a real awakening when I kind of joined Salford University and we started talking further about, well, we've built this, but maybe people don't actually like what we've built, and so we'd better do some user testing. And I'll put my hands up. I was naive once, and I'm still on that journey of learning about how this kind of user testing world works. But I was very fortunate that we managed to take a lot of those ideas and actually bring them into an environment where we could start testing them. And I know we're short of time, so I'll probably just give you the highlights. That we've basically been through several projects, several iterations now, where at the very beginning we were kind of had a web-based 360 video where you could put captions in different places to see what people liked. And we kind of, it's evolved from there that in our research, we've got to the point where we've now been using kind of eye tracking to understand how easily people find subtitles in different positions. And the real contention seems to be whether or not you should fix the subtitle within the scene so that it follows the actor or the performer or where the avatar is within your metaverse, or whether it should always be in your display at the bottom. And it's pretty much true that every study we've now done, we tend to find that everyone is saying, actually, if we put the captions within the scene, it's difficult to find where that caption is. It might be occluded, it might be difficult to get to. I don't necessarily know where it is because the person speaking could be behind me. And pretty much all of the studies are suggesting it should be put at the bottom of the screen. Anecdotally, you then start to look at this and you start to think about some of the audiences we're looking at. So traditional subtitles are 2 lines of text, 30 characters at the bottom of your screen. And that is what the majority of subtitle users seem to be familiar with. And again, we've learned a lot of lessons through doing a lot of these user studies. For example, if you put a head-mounted display on someone and ask them to comment on the subtitles, generally speaking, if someone's not used a head-mounted display before, it's disorientating, or they're more interested in the technology. They aren't immersed. They aren't used to it. It's not something they've lived with. So at the moment, we're finding that there's a big pull to put subtitles at the bottom. But then, if we then start looking at where the computer games industry is going, I mean, if we look at games like The Last One of Us 2, which I'm not a computer game player, but I had to buy the game to experiment with it and look at it, and it is amazing. But they have made the subtitles part of the game. They've made it part of the action. They're creative. They manipulate as the characters move and things like that. And I genuinely believe we're kind of moving, that we've got a kind of generational gap now where we've got the older consumers who are used to 2 lines of text, but we're now going to start seeing the gaming generation of kids these days who are basically at home with head-mounted displays playing VR games, and they're much more familiar with being immersed. They know much more about that space. And so I think it's going to be interesting watching where this goes.
So, we know some results on where to put the subtitles, on how to get the... Basically, what I'm getting at is that accessibility in the metaverse is already there. You know, we don't have to... We can start already with an accessible metaverse. Or not, Ivan, because to me, if everything is yes, 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 and then the connectivity...
Yeah, but I was listening carefully because we are talking a lot about visual experiences, sound experiences, and then, for example, at Ericsson, we talk about the Internet of Things, because, the Internet of Senses, right? Because we can also, and we are already experimenting with, there are 3 other senses: touch, odor, and smell. And we are already experimenting to enrich these experiences and to better blend the digital and physical world. But then, obviously, connectivity plays a key role. During the preparation of this panel, I was maybe a little bit too vocal or even sometimes aggressive, because without connectivity, it doesn't make any sense, right? And the reality today is that when we are talking about another example of a metaverse, a simple one, my son Hugo, in 10 minutes, he will try to play with Fortnite. Right? He goes out of school and he will try to play. And this is, by the way, a simple definition of a metaverse. By the way, he somatizes the experiences because he will become angry if he loses. So this is a nice way to mix the physical and digital world. And he blames connectivity because Wi-Fi might not be the best connectivity solution at home. And then we are seeing a very different situation across geographies. Some leading countries like South Korea, they have a great example of a metaverse called IFLand, launched by South Korea Telecom. China is already a leader in 5G connectivity. India, in just 1 year, they have deployed more 5G radio stations, and I do not want to become too technical, than Europe in 4 years, and then the US. And then so we have not Africa, or that we could suspect they might not have the best connectivity, but also Europe, we are lagging well behind. And connectivity is not just having the possibility to make a call, is, as I tried to explain at the beginning, to have proper performance of the network in terms of download speed, upload speed, latency, because otherwise all these fantastic possibilities won't happen. And this is a true concern for us. And then if just I can elaborate a little bit further, looking at the logo of Gobierno de España, we are working closely with them. They realized that we need to close the digital divide so that we can bring these kind of experiences to people in rural areas. And then, for example, the Spanish government allocated more than 540 million euros to deploy what we call step change 5G connectivity in rural areas, so everybody will benefit of these possibilities, and we can bring the best public services, for example, education, immersive experiences, telemedicine, also to people who might not have the possibility to reach or to access these services.
So basically it's now down to the Spanish government to provide a good, robust 5G, 6G?
Well, they will provide the funds, and then it's for the whole ecosystem, telco operators, companies like Ericsson, our competitors as well, obviously. More important than sometimes telco operators and companies like Ericsson are startups who know, what people might need. We spend a significant amount of time also to understand their expectations and experiences and to make this happen. Yeah.
This is very interesting. So for all that to happen, we do need standards. I think right at the beginning, you said that we need standards, and we need standards to really start accessibility and to start. So what is ITU doing for standards of accessibility in the metaverse? And for that, Anna Matamala has already written one.
So I'll explain that very briefly because I saw that time's up.
Yes.
So 1 year ago, actually on the 16th of December, so in 2 days it will be the first anniversary, the focus group on the metaverse started to work at ITU. We are different experts from different fields working on analyzing the technical requirements for the metaverse. So it's a collaboration platform. We collaborate, we make contributions, and we approach it from different perspectives, which are translated into different working groups. So we have people working on applications and services, on architecture and infrastructure, virtual and real-world integration, interoperability, security, ethics, economics, regulatory aspects. But we also have accessibility, sustainability, and inclusion. And that's very important to have a dedicated working group co-chaired by Pilar Orero and Nevin Devgib. And in this working group, we have been very active. We have already 10 deliverables approved. Among those, for instance, we had one deliverable on requirements for accessible products and services in the metaverse from the system perspective. And then we had one, which I had the honor of co-editing, focusing on the user perspective. And we also have, for instance, another one linking sustainability and accessibility. So since time is up, I would invite all of you to check the website of the focus group on the metaverse, the ITU, where all the deliverables are published. I think I could talk a lot, but I think that would be.
No, this is it. Basically, we were offered, or we lobbied for ITU to give us a work group on accessibility. They did it straight away. And then what we've been doing there, both Egypt and ourselves and myself, is to make sure that we have very fast, very concrete information on how to make an accessible metaverse. Because only when you have very clear instructions on how to make a metaverse from scratch, we will avoid what Carlos Duarte was saying, is that the internet was born not accessible, and now it's just an orthopedic, patches, and it just creates a nightmare. So to me, yes, industry is always saying, well, if we don't have a standards, we don't know what to do. Now, you have a standards, and we've created a standards to make an accessible metaverse by design, which is how it should be.
Can I recommend Liaison? with ICT 100 multimedia, which is moving into the metaverse?
I will. I don't know if you have any questions. The time is up because the other session ate this session. So I'm sorry about that. We have to be short and sweet. If you have any questions, I don't know, or if not, thank you. I'm sorry that we are so short, but I think the metaverse can be accessible by design today. And perhaps nobody would access to it because of connectivity, but everybody should be aware that we must build a metaverse accessible by design. And there is no but. It has to be that way.
Well, to support our colleagues who are doing the hard work of infrastructure, I already mentioned this, but 5G was made to serve use cases. Yeah. Among those use cases was one which was head-mounted display, gaming, using a metaverse to metaverse. It was a first sketch, and 5G normally allows for a first cut of the metaverse. So you deliver 5G, we are safe.
Very much.
Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed all of our sessions. Now, I have a small announcement to make. So first, we will be having the closing session, and then we will invite you for a quick coffee next room. So I would like to start by inviting our closing session speakers to the stage. So, as we approach the conclusion of this enlightening 5th edition of Accessible Europe, I believe that our shared dedication to digital accessibility has never been more evident, let's say. Now it is with great honor that I introduce our esteemed closing speakers. First, I invite Ms. Valentina Stantnich from ITU Europe office. And we have Ms. Roxana Vidmar-Iliescu, the Senior Coordinator for Digital Inclusion at ITU. And we also have Ms. Jesus Hernandez, as you know, the Accessibility and Innovation Director at Fundación ONCE.
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being with us today. As we conclude the 5th edition of the Accessible Europe, I'm honored to represent the ITU Office for Europe in expressing our heartfelt appreciation to the government of Spain for their unwavering support and the Fundación ONCE for their exceptional hosting of this event. We also express our heartfelt thanks to the European Commission for their continuous partnership and dedication to this cause. This forum has once again proven to be a pivotal platform for advancing digital accessibility across Europe. Yet it wouldn't be possible without our amazing speakers, great pictures, all of you, of course, and our wonderful translators. So thanks to everyone. At the IT Office for Europe, we center our work around the regional agenda. And one of our regional priorities is the Regional Initiative 3 on digital inclusion and skills development. We collaborate directly with the 46 member states in the Europe region and their governments, but also partner organizations to address their unique challenges and opportunities that they have in present and in the context of the European landscape. As we've been working to build accessibility ecosystem in the past, and the Innovation Alliance comes to support us in our work. And the Alliance has been launched this year by the Ability Director, Dr. Cosmo Zavazava, and will amplify the previous efforts of the regional offices in this sense. Using the ecosystem approach, the network of centers, innovation centers, will seek to identify ways to build capabilities using the ecosystem approach. And as we close this edition of Accessible Europe, let us carry the ecosystem approach in mind, the idea of building the capabilities and the collaboration, innovation, and determination that has been highlighted and streamlined across all of the interventions of our amazing speakers. So today, I'm proud to say that we have 400 stakeholders that joined us at the Accessible Europe. And they were coming from 50 countries, which is an amazing result, I would say. And the Accessible Europe provided a very rich content created by 60 amazing speakers. And last but not least, an important element, we had a very gender balanced presence throughout the whole event. So without further ado and saying this, I would like to pass the floor to my colleague Roxana, who will provide us with the highlight of the whole event. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, participants, as we draw the curtains of the 5th edition, are you hearing me now? Yeah. Yes. As we draw the curtains of the 5th edition of Accessible Europe, ICT for All, I'm filled with a profound sense of gratitude and inspiration. Over the course of this event, we have witnessed an extraordinary tapestry of insights and contribution for all diverse stakeholders that join us in this effort to achieve the overarching goal of leaving no one behind in the digital world. All the shared experience, innovative projects, and impactful achievements have not only enriched our understanding, but also intensified our commitment to mainstream digital accessibility at the universal design of technology throughout all sectors, as ICTs are present in all socioeconomic sectors and within the development of ICT products, services, and applications from design, we can make this happen. This event has been an immense and highlighting journey. Together, we have strengthened our collective knowledge on the critical topic of accessibility in general and digital accessibility in particular. It has been an unifying experience, bringing us closer to a common language of speaking accessibility, a language that transcends barriers and ensures equal and equitable participation of all people, including persons with disabilities and persons in vulnerable situations in our digital society, economy, and environment. Europe, through its concerned efforts, continues to be a role model in this domain for other regions. And Spain, an exemplary standard for other countries in the region and beyond. In a world where technology is no longer an option, but a fundamental and integral aspect of our daily life, it's imperative to ensure that each and every individual be empowered by the technology, I repeat, equally and equitably, to be an active participant in the digital world. So Europe role model is more crucial than ever. But each of us play an important role. Changing our mindset is a first step in recognizing that accessibility is a responsibility we all share. Where accessibility enables independent living for persons with disabilities, it also facilitates everyone's life in the digital space. Thus, each of us can play a crucial role in raising awareness on the topic around us and within our networks, accelerating its implementation, beginning with our own usage of accessible formats in our digital communication. So let's make a commitment to care that from this point forward, we will all make a concerned effort to learn and apply principles of accessibility in our daily digital interactions. Let's join forces, committing ourselves to become not only promoters, but champions of ICT accessibility. And together, we can create a world of inclusive digital communication where every individual has the opportunity to connect, engage, and achieve their life aspiration. As we conclude this edition of Accessible Europe ICT for All, let us carry forward the insights and inspiration we have gathered here. Let us continue to work collaboratively, leveraging our shared knowledge and experience to build a more inclusive and accessible digital future for all of us, present and future generation. I cannot conclude without echoing my colleagues' words of thanks and extend my heart-feeling thanks to each and every of you, both those present on site and those who join us online. Your engagement and contribution have been the engine of this event. Moreover, I cannot overlook the significant contribution of our partners from the European Commission and the incredible efforts made by our host, the government of Spain, and Fundación ONCE. So I extend a special thanks to Blanca, to Jesus, to Sonia, to Almudena for your invaluable support and tireless work alongside with my colleagues in IT Europe, Jaroslav, Katrin, Akmel, Andrea, and Valentina, and many others. All your efforts, both in front and behind the scene for many months, have been instrumental. A big thanks to all of you for your dedication and hard work over these months. You have been truly the backbone of the success of this event. Also, my heartfelt thanks to all speakers, contributors, and participants in this event for sharing your experience, your activities, your work dedication, and passion for digital accessibility-related topics, and for your invaluable contribution. You are change makers, playing a pivotal role in shaping our world digital future. Thank you all once again for making this event a remarkable success. I eagerly look forward to continue this journey with you as we strive towards creating an accessible Europe and ultimately a digitally accessible world for all. Thank you.
After after these beautiful words, I can't say anything, Rosanna. Just some ideas. I would like to remark the importance of the institutional collaboration. Rosanna and I have been talking about collaborate during the last 5 years. And after this event, we start to collaborate very, very close. We have a lot of things to do together between Fundación ONCE, AccessibleEU Centre, and ITU. The other idea is the importance to connect stakeholders. And here we have universities, public administration, industry, organization of people with disabilities, and in connect, working all together is the unique way to generate a more inclusive society. To promote the entrepreneurs and the startups, yesterday I really liked the pitching. It was very interesting, all the projects, all the startups, the companies that they are developing these interesting projects to promote, to do a better life for people with disabilities. And to finish, I think we have a tailwind on accessibility. We have legislation, we have professionals, we have institutions, so let's go for a more inclusive Europe and world. Thank you very much to all the team that have been working behind this event, because without their job, it would never happen. So thank you very much. This event is closed.
Thank you very much. If you want to have coffee, we have coffee and some snacks next door. Thank you.